Okay, we is streaming. Let's see if we connect to studio. We're going to check into live stream and hope that everything connects. It says excellent. We're going to see if everything comes up, and since it does, we're going to check some. All right, we're getting some feedback here. We're going to reset here, make certain that this shows up, and with that, we're going to turn this on, and of course, now we're going to contact our dear friend Aristides. We're going to make that call, and here we are. And let's see if our man responds. There we are, dear sir. How are we?
We are okay. Is it that time again?
It is. It is. And my dear friend, are you ready to do the blurb? After that, I'll go straight into monologue. We'll just keep on talking until they DDoS us or take us out.
Right. I will be in 30 seconds to a minute. I will be ready to do that.
Excellent. So I'll just hold the stage until then. For everybody listening, I'm calling Aristides directly. I'm not calling him on the infinite call, so that other people will not be brought into the conversation for a little bit of time. We're going to work with just my hitting monologue. I'm going to hit the ground running because we did our best to try and address the DDoS, or the directed denial of service attacks that have been killing our transmissions. And for the present, I do not have enough finances to pay a software programmer to do anything about that. We've tried our best from the amateur sense. There's really nothing to be done in that regard that we can ascertain. We want to welcome T-Tank Barry, who has joined us in the chat. God bless him. And love you dearly, T-Tank Barry. And let's give him that love and hugs. And we hope that others now join us, and everybody will be told by Aristides what to do. And then we'll just go into monologue straight from there. And it should be like this for at least the next few episodes. We intend to eventually return to roundtabling, but for now, it's too distracting and keeps us from the monologue, which we need to get into. So, everything set on your side yet? Settled?
Yep.
Okay, great. So,
yes. Forgive me, my voice is a little rough. I hope it smooths out.
No worries.
And yes, I will tell everyone what to do. And we're going to start with sending Douglas a significant quantity of money, and how to do that.
Delightful.
Yes. And okay, we'll cover all that later. So in order to do that, the most direct way is to send it to him on PayPal. Most people have PayPal. If you don't, I believe you can still send someone money with just a credit card. There should be a way to click through and do that.
Well, basically on my website, the yellow button, you got to press the yellow button on the upper right-hand corner on the website. You know?
Upper right-hand corner, yellow button.
Yeah, remember that.
But that's the business one, the commercial one.
Mm-hmm.
That links to the commercial.
Yes, that's correct. That's correct. Right.
Yes, you do have two PayPals usually, or always. I announce the other one. The personal one, I believe, from which they should not take any part,
pound of flesh.
Yes, as you put it, yes. As long as you indicate this is, for family and friends, you're making a contribution to Douglas as a friend.
Yes.
Right, as a friend.
And we're all extended electronic family, right? Yes.
Yes, but on his end, this is his job.
Yes.
Through the what is it? The state? Is it state of California? State of California. 250% working disabled.
Yeah.
Federal. Oh, it's a federal.
Yeah, that's Fed. Yeah,
okay.
I believe.
Yeah.
But it's like
okay. Well, anyway, through the program he is on, is a working disabled program. That means he is not really expected to make a full amount to support himself, but he is expected to work in a in a, let's call it a partial sense, and earn some money and still contribute some value to society, which he does, which is quite underrated by some, appreciated by a few, and loathed by others. So,
Yes.
but this is his job, and he needs your support to pay the bill, so to speak, not just his rent. If he sat there, went nowhere, did nothing, and ate nothing, I suppose he wouldn't need your money and he could make rent. But none of those things are true. So he needs, to function, and he needs things. He needs your support. Okay, at PayPal, you can find him. You can search first and last name, Douglas Dietrich, or he always has it on the front of the show thumbnail poster. Support at paypal.me. That's one variation of the address, or it could just be paypal.com. Douglas D. Dietrich. So find him there, search it out. Click on the link that I've just put in the chat, but you don't ever need to find the link. All you have to do is remember his name. Even if you're in some sort of half drunk or catatonic state, you can still stumble over to the computer and be like, Douglas Dietrich, and just go PayPal. Just search. You don't have to just go to your search, whatever thing, just like PayPal, and you'll get there. And then just go to that search bar and type Douglas Dietrich, and then you'll see him, his little picture, his little hat and get up. Make sure it's an Asian-looking man. In case you happened upon another Douglas Dietrich, unlikely, but very unlikely that he would also be an Asian-looking man. So now that you're there, before you wake up and come to your full senses, empty your account. Empty his account.
Or some fraction thereof.
Or some reasonable fraction thereof. Preferably $50 to $100, and if you're really feeling it and you have the means, set up a recurring payment through PayPal. That can be done. Probably you can choose the time increment. Monthly is most common, so you can do that. So find him at PayPal, and do that. If you cannot do that, we will find a way to accept money in any other way. You want to send him a good old-fashioned money order and hand draw a little card in there. You can do that. Don't go get like some standard Hallmark card. That's just that's very cheesy and unimaginative. Have your child scribble a card and tell him what. What would be like an Asian Santa Claus?
Tell them they're writing to Dracula. It's the real.
Yeah. Right. Tell them it's to Dracula Hitler Claus. And he will bring them many blessings. So money order. If you have another pay service, we'd have to roundabout figure that out. But if you really, really prefer, we'll find a way. There are other pay, common ones are like Venmo, Cash App, Zelle. There are probably a few others that are a little more obscure and used only by, like drug dealers. But if you're a drug dealer, that's also okay. We will accept your money.
Yeah, no judgments here.
No judgments here. And anything, wire transfer, international wire transfer from your Swiss bank account, accepted. Please contact us for details. Douglas can supply his email, whatever it takes. So please, he needs your support now more than ever. Glad we had fun with that. Beyond that, once you get here to the show program window, click the thumbs up icon, not just to show your support, the like, as you will. Not just to show your support, but to keep the algorithm swayed in his favor. It doesn't matter because it dictates how likely he is to appear in search results or in sidebar suggestions, etc. Yes. Whether people may be searching for him or not, or just searching for this type of content, and how likely it is that they land with him and become a potential regular listener and potential supporter. So this is important. there are those that put down votes. This is hidden by YouTube. That's pretty much universal these days. It's amazing how, they strive so hard in some ways to not hurt people's feelings, but then try so hard in other ways to make sure that they do get hurt. But, anyway, click that, and then you want to make sure you are subscribed, and that for some time now has not appeared for me on the PC. Underneath the program window used to be a button there where you could click subscribe. I don't know why it doesn't. But if you click on his name there, if you do it right now, it'll probably take you away. So you could right click or open new tab or do it after. Go to his front channel page. It should be there. I see it there right now. Subscribed. Even if you have in the past, it may have become undone, either accidentally or on purpose, or whatnot, through the whims of the tech gods. But make sure you're subscribed, and there's a little bell icon that is for the pop-up notifications. Make sure that is turned on. Actually, if you click it, I think it gives you a little menu: all, personalized, none, and don't hit unsubscribe. So you can have it notify you when a program starts. I have done so, and if my computer's basically always on, and it'll pop up a notification on your device that it started. All you have to do is oh wow, it's starting, and just hit that. It takes you right to the program. Otherwise, you still know how to find us because you're here. So do those things, please. To do those things, you need an account to be signed into YouTube, and these days that means basically a Google or Gmail account. If you have one, sign in or make one. Should be real easy. If you don't want to do that, okay, we understand. There are other things you can do. We'll get to that, but please get signed in. Once you have, you can create yourself a little avatar there if you have not already. Up in the corner, that's your menu. And when you click on that, you'll see some things there. First off, make sure you'll find a line there that says restricted mode. Make sure that is off. When that is on, that means your mommy and daddy don't want you seeing or hearing adult things. And we're presuming, if anything, you are the mommy and daddy. If not, again, we have no way to know. We will assume, when that donation comes from your mom or dad's, account, that all is well and good, and you handle the rest on your end. But that is that. If that is on, it may limit your ability to see certain content, which has been either voluntarily or involuntarily labeled for adults only, which might pertain to this. If anything, just make sure it's on. And if you hear any of your friends saying, "Oh, I haven't seen Douglas," well, except for lately, which is not posting. But just tell your friends to especially if they say, "Hey, what's up?" Maybe this was a good scare, as you will. Anybody been asking you, "Oh, what happened to Douglas?" Well, say, he really was taking a break, but do make sure that the restricted mode is off so you don't miss him if there are any further limitations. Then for me, there is a option here, switch account, and what that means is not a all new account with a name, login, and password. That means you can make sub channels underneath your main account, and usually people use them for different types of content. You can make any amount of channels, a bunch of them. The cool thing is they all can do their own upvoting. So I've just kind of switched here real quick, toggle between, and done another upvote, and you can do the same thing. And you could you're basically if you don't already have another channel, making basically a dummy channel. Remember to switch back to your main account, though, especially if you're going to interact in the chat, because before you know it, you're typing, you're like, "Who the heck is that?" It was you. So, okay, that's in that menu there. What else is in that menu that we need to think? That is it. So, in there.
Right. Yeah, go on. Yeah.
In there, yeah. There are other things you can do, even if you're not signed in, or won't adamantly refuse to make a Gmail account. You can grab the link out of the browser bar, the youtube.com or similar. It'll be different from your mobile, but it will still get there, and it will be the same both during the live and the replay. So if you grab it now and save it, post it somewhere, it will still get to the program after the fact. And then once it is after in replay, the comments will be enabled below the program window. This only happens after the program, not during the live. During the live, there is the live chat on the side, which you see, and that may also replay during the replay, but that is different than the comments below. Once it's all over, Douglas will put a pinned comment there with his crucial information. Upvote that also as well for similar reasons, because if it's downvoted enough and not upvoted, it may be disappeared by YouTube, and that has his crucial contact information. Please, like any other positive comments there, please feel free to leave your own comment. Douglas would love to hear from you. So please consider all those things. What else do I usually say after that?
You're so wonderful with this. Don't forget as well the asterisks, the footnotes.
Yes, asterisks. Yes, which there are 3 examples of here in the show title, which is limited to 100 characters, I believe. And Douglas always has a lot to talk about and a lot to write in his very unique ways, and he cannot even fit enough in the title bar, let alone probably many paragraphs. But if you see the asterisks there, they refer to footnotes. If you expand the description below, that begins below, and click more or see more or whatever, you will see a voluminous amount of text, which may seem very intimidating and confusing, but just skim through, and it'll start to come out at you all these fascinating subjects and details and flavors that and things that Douglas wants to acknowledge: holidays, anniversaries, etc., historical and otherwise, that he wishes to talk about or bring attention to. So do that. What else? Let me check now. You can during the replay on the PC at least. I hope there's a way. I still have to check for a mobile, but you can right click on during the replay right on the program window, and that it should give you an option. It says generate link at current time, and so you click that and copy that in, and that'll have a little add-on for the timestamp to bring you right to that point in time. I.e., you want to, there's something fascinating being discussed, your friend, you think, or someone else would really need to hear it at that point in time, you send it to them, it just directs them right to that point in time. So the easier you make it for people. And while you're at it, send him his PayPal link,
Yes. Excellent.
Yeah. Send everybody, send it to like 1 million people, like at least 3 or 4 of them are gonna be like, okay.
Write it on bathroom walls, in toilet stalls.
Yeah, right on bathroom walls, or any of these things. The browser link or PayPal. You actually go to you can go to but if you do put anything on a bathroom wall or similar, probably you want to use. There are free QR code generators online. Because nobody wants to sit there and type, by the time something, they'll type, paragraphs of stupid shit to their friend, but like you want them to type in like a web address, or oh god, So you can generate a QR code, and if they aim at that, it'll get them there. And be creative. You could, in fact, your thumbnails, man. If they even just like grab that.
Yes.
Printed that, and with the QR code with no explanation, I think that'd be even preferable. People would be like, "What the heck is this? I have got to see what this is all about." And they can't help but mechanically aim their phone at the QR code, because they probably do this all the time. We need to find a way to where they aim their phone and it like automatically sends you money, but. So that these are things you can do. or you can, what else? You can generate a small clip. There should be, in most instances, a little option below the program window. It says clip. That means you can clip out up to a couple minutes of the program, I think, and it'll send that to somebody with a link that directs back to the original. If you want to make a little teaser there, some people, such as Mr. Super Clutch 420, whatever that means, he's a great guy. He has done up produced some topical clips from your programs. You could do such a thing if you really wanted, or you could, if it is in your wheelhouse to do so, even download the entire program. There are ways to do that. It's not just straightforward right from YouTube. And I think, unless you have the paid YouTube, but re-upload them if you have an account on other platforms. Probably that would be most preferable, such as Rumble or what the hell are the other ones?
Odyssey for John Warrington.
Odyssey, Rumble. There's one more I'm forgetting.
Oh, I forget. Yeah, something.
yeah. Anywhere you can upload it or save it, that is a good thing, even if it's just your favorite episodes. But let's get the link for Mr. Super Clutch 420. Has he done anything lately? Maybe not. Even if not, that's fine.
I need to look, but he deserves to be looked at no matter what. Yes, go on.
Yeah. He's done some nice excerpts from some of your programs and has it kind of labeled what the topic is. You really do need more of that, but that would take some time to do that. All the programs are not as long as they used to be, so that would make it easier. So his link is in there. It takes you there, and if you go soon enough, you might see right up front, or soon enough, some I see prions, JFK, and the neutron bomb, Douglas Dietrich, etc.
Cool.
Japan, World War II mini documentary narrated by Douglas Dietrich. So, hey, send those to some people. If the entire program is too confusing, then start them off with a digestible size a little piece there. So, okay. I think that's it.
That's beautiful. Yeah. Well, we love the dulcet tones of your voice. They're very soothing, and I'm really excited to be here with you. We don't have other people on the call with us, so if they do DDoS us, a directed denial of service attack, it might be difficult for us to ascertain that we've been cut off, because there won't be other people that we can interface with to tell us the show is off. So I guess we do our best. And we're going to count on our listeners, of course, to, depending on if they DDoS us at early, then I'll try and return. But if they DDoS us past a certain amount of time, I won't restart the show. It just isn't worth it in terms of the number of people who do return. So we'll just play it by ear, and we'll hit the ground running and just go straight into monologue right now. But before I do, I received some confusing input from our dear T-Tank Barry. Apparently it's not so confusing. Trump's Epstein problem is back and worse than ever. 6 hours ago from New York Magazine, 20,000 Epstein files released. He also provided a screenshot of some of these updates, or emails, that do implicate Donald Trump more than he would like to be implicated. Hakeem Jeffries vows house fight over shutdown as 8 Senate Dems cave. I guess that means that the government has voted to reopen, and then he's going to kind of appeal that? Or do you have any knowledge of what this might...
I just saw one headline that basically they have voted down the shutdown, and now it is in Trump's going to be put before Trump. So I don't know what the what he's going to do with that. We can only imagine. I don't know. I'm not sure what, I'm sure he's got some sort of stipulation to sign it. Like, everyone's got to get one of his 50-year mortgages or whatever the hell it was. multi-year mortgages. You're just renting at that point. That's the stupidest shit ever.
So from what I can comprehend is it's apparently the House has voted to reopen the government, and they've sent the bill to Donald Trump. But I'm not quite sure if we're ended with the shutdown yet. Basic. No. Right. It's hard to ascertain, right? It's just basically.
It may be about to, depending if Emperor Trump is sufficiently appeased. God, Emperor Trump is brought enough offerings of whatever it is he likes to be offered.
Well, based on his correspondence with Jeffrey Epstein, I guess we can kind of guess what he likes.
Right.
And he's trying to deny that for some reason. I don't know why. None of his followers would ever really hold that against him.
Right.
If anything, they just consider him more of a bro. But
they come up with the most convoluted, things like, he's setting him up for an ambush, or
yeah, right.
He was working for the FBI at the time.
Yes. Oh,
sure.
Oh. Yes. I love the way you. Thank you. No. Delightful. And you're really getting better all the time. You're getting better all the time. You're aging like wine. You're aging like wine when it comes to your skill with working with all of this. I do want to emphasize that I'm going to do my best to provide an analysis. It's going to be very hard off the cuff, considering that this has just happened. This is literally breaking news that the government is reopening. It's not that we didn't expect it. It's simply like, how can you prepare for something like this? It's for those of you who don't know, our dear Aristides, who's my producer here, and more credit will be given to him in but a moment, along with other people. I want to thank all of Team Dietrich, and I want to thank our lovely ladies in the chat, including Sheila Gavin and Vicki Johnson. Kisses to both ladies. And both of them have been, Sheila Gavin, I don't know if you saw this, Aristides. She says, sending greetings and blessings to dearest Douglas, T-Tank Berry, Aristides, and all dear and loyal members of Team Dietrich. Yes, thank you. It's obviously, I value all of Team Dietrich, and I do want all of Team Dietrich to continue participating. We're just doing this for a little while because we've got to get the monologues out. And so Holly says the deal's only good till January 31st, then it starts up all over again. And of course, Brendan Zogi, you will be mentioned. Believe me, Brendan, you will be mentioned. Obviously, he takes a lot of punishment just for being affiliated with myself. Now, this is so tempting. I'd love to bring Holly on so she could explain this a bit better, because I'm not quite sure what she means by this. All I could do is kind of come at it as a person who has worked with the government in the past and kind of come up with my, own analysis. Gonna put a ha-ha here to the middle finger that's given to me by Brendan Zogit. And, by the way, before I forget, I do want people to understand that there are contributors, and these contributors were credited on the Scrubbed episode that was taken down pretty much immediately, which goes to show you what we're working with here. We have anyhow. Okay, so Brendan is saying it's a temporary agreement until January. Thank you, Brendan. I appreciate that. So is there anything you can find on this, Aristides, that might give it even more of a context?
I'll try to look.
Okay. That's delightful. Oh, thank you so much. And it's so Aristides is on that, and believe me, when he gets onto something, he really finds it. You'd be amazed at what he finds. I was so tempted to call him to look for some stuff for me, and I ultimately found it myself. But I do know that if I had turned toward him to find it for me, he would have found it. So this is a link, Aristides. Tell us about this link, please. Yeah.
Okay. It's just the CBS News. It's basically the first thing that popped up.
Okay.
Passing a bill unlocks a broader agreement on long-term spending and the promise of a future vote on extending health care tax credits. So that is one of the bargaining chips. Could vote bills as early as Wednesday. Okay, that happened. We'll go to his desk. That has happened. Healthcare tax credits. That's the key demand, I guess. The key, let's see. The deal left many Democrats furious, with the 8 senators who voted to advance it, and with the party's leaders for allowing the defections. Well, of course, there's always that, minor bickering.
Petty injuries.
Let's see.
Continue.
Yeah. Yes, the final deal will include a 31-page continuing resolution, extends current levels of government funding through January 2026 to give lawmakers more time to finalize full-year spending bills. So, okay. So apart from some they always have these bargaining chips. If you do this, we're tacking this on. You got to do this, and they always, so weird. Or they'll have a bill that's supposedly about something, and there's just like the weirdest random stuff in there.
Yes.
But yeah.
It's go on. Yeah, but
it shouldn't be that way. It should be basically one topic per thing. Like some of these say, and most of them don't even read the bills, let alone us. It's like, it's so weird. It's just, yeah. Senators will put stuff in. It's like, it'll be a bill on healthcare, but then it'll be like the most random, things like because one guy from one state says, well, I'll vote on it if you, and there's some dumb line in there like, I don't know, that his state gets some kind of perk or something. Anyway, but it seems to be about healthcare. I was trying to think of something creative.
I know that was pretty creative. No, you're very good at this. You're getting very good at this. You're developing the acerbic wit that's necessary for that. Actually, we got to be careful because our acerbic wit could get us in trouble.
I'm not trying to go pro here or anything. I don't know. I guess the rest did me good. That's all. I'll tire quickly though. Okay, healthcare. There's some agreement. I'm trying to see what else besides the healthcare.
Yeah.
The deal includes 3-year-long funding bills that lawmakers have been working on for months, include funding for military construction and the Department of Veterans Affairs, one of your favorite things.
You know me too well.
Yeah. The Department of Agriculture and FDA, operations for the legislative branch. Okay. The bills have been dubbed a minibus. Smaller version. What do you mean? Is that like short bus?
Yeah, the short bus.
Knowing some of our representatives, that's definitely applies. Republicans have emphasized their desire to return to passing individual spending bills through the regular order instead of a large end-of-year package. Like a trip to Epstein Island.
See how good you're getting.
Okay. Notably, would restore full funding for the SNAP program, Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. Reversal of shutdown layoffs and restrictions on future cuts. New Canadian includes language reverses the layoffs that Trump implemented during the government shutdown, and prevents any cuts till the end of January. And from what I know or remember, because I did know some federal employees, it's like when the lights turn back on, they get the back pay. It's not like they were out. Like, may not apply to everybody,
Right.
but I think most cases, maybe the military too. They it's not like they're just out. It was just a hold, and then they give them the back pay. So,
Right.
but some people may have been irreversibly screwed in the process. So,
Right. No, thank you. Thank you for that. That's beautiful. And you're absolutely right. Our man, Mr. Aristides, he has definitely, he knows a lot more than he lets on to. So I will let everyone know that what he says is accurate. You're supposed to be getting your back pay once the government reopens if you're a federal employee. However, I'll try and put that into context now. I do want to basically say, obviously, this is breaking news. Aristides has given me time to digest it. T-Tank Berry, of course, brought up the subject first, and we appreciate that profoundly. I remind everyone that our man Aristides enters several links into the chat room under the name of Vril, and make certain to check onto those links when you can. And as always, we're very lucky to have Aristides. With this breaking news, the question now immediately becomes, what happens after the shutdown ends? So understand this much. The longest government shutdown in United States history is apparently ending right now. At least we can expect it to end tonight. But the machinery of American governance will need some time to warm up before it becomes fully operational again. Now, on the more personal level, obviously, the circumstances of this week's time away from schedule have conspired to push myself underwater. But these contributors have helped to refill my oxygen tanks. Claudia Romberg from Österreich. She contributed $50 United States. Heather Holman, who lives in Necropolis, the city of the dead, has contributed $100 United States. Brooke Hagberg in Canada contributes $100 United States via monthly auto payment, which I sincerely encourage all of you to emulate. Thank you for your support in these unsettling times throughout our year of analyzing authoritarian spectacles. Having observed American imperial politics on a microscope slab for more than a decade by now, there's little that can surprise me anymore. But my own limits were tested by the authoritarian spectacle I witnessed in April as a swaggering Donald Trump celebrated his 100th day in office with supporters at a boisterous rally in Warren, Michigan. Giant TV screens showed abducted men, allegedly Venezuelan gang members, having their heads shaved and being frog-marched in chains. Music reminiscent of a Hollywood thriller boomed from loudspeakers. As I watched that crowd, there was nary a sign of revulsion nor protest. They were cheering in mass orgasm, a la 1984. Many critics had predicted that the second Trump midterm would send these United States down a path towards authoritarianism. But none other than myself warned anyone who would listen to expect an assault on democracy of such speed and such scale. Comparisons to Magyarország's, or Hungary's, Viktor Orbán, that seemed far-fetched to the so-called experts, were never a stretch to the biological son of Hitler. In this climate, the work of a free and truly independent source of analysis has never been more important. Team Dietrich continues to do your work without fear or favor. We are grateful for your support because it can make all the difference. If you are able to make a contribution, however small, to our year-end appeal, please take a few seconds to help out right now. Of course, Orbán isn't the only authoritarian dictator on the world stage, so obviously serving as inspiration for the godfather of the Trump crime dynasty. In August, conventional Anglo-American reporters traveled to a United States military base in Alaska, crowding into a makeshift tent with chain-smoking Russian journalists to watch the United States president roll out a red carpet for Vladimir Putin. It was billed as a press conference, but neither man took questions from the Fourth Estate. Instead, against a blue backdrop printed with the words, "Pursuing Peace," Trump continued to show Putin a pathetic deference, as the assembled reporters played mute audience to 12 minutes of romantic chub love and mutual flattery. In one way, this reticence in an open forum was remarkable for Trump, who has spent 2025 talking at every opportunity. But it was also entirely on brand for a man who displays a Putinesque contempt for the free press. Trump has slashed funding for public media, pressured the Federal Communications Commission to revoke broadcast licenses, and took CBS, the New York Times, and the Washington Post to court. And the Defense Department effectively forced reporters out of the Pentagon for the first time since the Eisenhower administration. In this hostile environment for the free press, our year-end fundraising appeal is especially important. Please help us ensure we have the resources we need to analyze the misactions of this maladministration through all of next year, including the crucial midterm elections. As your own promotion is my sustenance, and your contributions are my lifeblood, as Brendan Zogit is the backbone of my production, and Aristides is the foundation of my sheltering, T-Tank Barry is the very bedrock of my survival. And T-Tank Barry asked for my take on Zoran Kwame Mamdani. New York's Zoran Mamdani's win offers a lesson for California's Gavin Newsom. One takeaway from last week's elections: the role model for California Governor Gavin Newsom as he runs for president should be New York City Mayor-elect Zoran Mamdani. Actually, Mamdani should be emulated not only by gruesome Newsom, but by Democrats running for office anywhere. Neither Newsom, of course, nor any candidate outside of the most leftist burgs in America should wear the label Democratic Socialist, as Mamdani calls himself. That would frighten too many voters. But what does appeal to voters, and always has in America, is a strong positive message of hope. People like to think that a candidate understands their daily troubles and has a vision of how to make their lives better. Mamdani is a 34-year-old Ugandan-born Muslim of Indian descent and a backbench New York State Assemblyman who the political experts would never figure to win a top-tier elective post such as the mayoralty of New York, New York. But he has charisma, exudes authenticity, and fills voters with hope. Okay, some of his campaign promises are undeliverable, even in liberal New York. Free bus service, free childcare, and city-run grocery stores. But I suspect many voters didn't take any of those pledges literally. It was the boldness and commitment to change for their betterment that drew people to him. By the way, our man Brendan says, name me at the same time as that communist. He doesn't appreciate that. Yeah, he set an image as well. God, he's looked me up. And, whoa. What's going on here? He'll have to explain this to me. This doesn't look good. Okay. Yeah, that's scary as hell. Yeah. Jesus. Well, there you go with that. Hopefully we make it through the night. Our man Brendan is helping to keep track of our electronics. And what we can tell you is that we're just doing our best, and we're just going to keep forging ahead. We won't know if we're cut off till we're cut off. So value every moment you've got with us. We're doing our best since we can't act against the DDoS attacks. We're doing our best to try and monitor if they're incoming, and maybe give me a few moments to prepare people for being cut off. Let's all cross our fingers, pray to our ancestors, or the God in the heavens, the God of our fathers, and the gods of our ancestors combined, and we'll do our best to make it through the 159th birthday of Sun Yat-sen, the founding father of modern China, which is why I'll talk about what I'm going to talk about tonight. But for the moment, talking about that message of hope that once was affiliated with Barack Obama, it's a message framework that has been a winner throughout history. Franklin Delano Roosevelt promised a New Deal for the American people and gave them hope with his radio fireside chats during the Great Depression. John Fitzgerald Kennedy offered a new frontier. Barack Hussein Obama chanted, "Yes, we can!" and ran on a slogan of hope, or rather, keep hope alive. They were all Democrats, but the Republican founder, Abraham Lincoln, urged Americans to vote yourself a farm and horses, and promised them homesteads on the western frontier. Ronald Reagan declared, "Let's make America great again." Then Donald Trump stole the line and forever ruined it for any future candidate. Newsom's spiel has mostly been that Trump is lower than a worm. That's worked up until now. He has established himself as the Democrats' most aggressive combatant against Trumpism, and the leader in early polling for the party's 2028 presidential nomination. So our man Brendan is doing the best that he can from his end with what has already been a potential cyber attack. In fact, I can tell you it was an actual cyber attack. By the way, Vicky Johnson brings up the 40 acres and a mule. Not quite that, but he was basically asking your average American to, vote themselves some property and some horses, which is more of, shall we say, that was a bit more white in its orientation, as opposed to what he promised to reward freemen later when a war began. Now, last week, Newsom's National Party credentials were bolstered after orchestrating landslide voter approval of Proposition 50, aimed at countering Trump-coerced congressional redistricting in Texas and other red states. Trump is desperate for the Russo-collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party to retain its narrow majority in the House of Representatives during next year's midterm elections. But Proposition 50 gerrymandering could flip 5 California seats from Republican to Democrat, perhaps helping Democrats capture House control. Newsom becomes a party hero. But veteran politicos concur that Newsom at some point must change his script from predominantly anti-Trump to an appealing agenda for the future. Per Bob Shroom, a former Democratic consultant who is director of the Center for the Political Future at USC, he's now a serious frontrunner for the Democratic nomination. He has to have an affordability message, for one, and he has to connect with voters. Voters just don't go down a list of issues. FDR, JFK, Obama, They were all very connected with voters. Well, Newsom consistently brags that California is a pace setter for the nation, but lots of Americans want nothing to do with our pace setting. The political strategist, Mike Murphy, a former Republican turned independent, has gone on record to observe, "The Democratic presidential race in 25 has been won by Gavin Newsom. He made a bet on Proposition 50 and it paid off. He's going to have to expand from fighting Trump to talking about his vision for helping the middle class. I'd say the era of Trump will soon be over. I have a way to bring back the American dream, and here's how I'm going to do it." But if it's about a referendum on California, he has a vulnerability. He can't run on "California is great." To quote the Republican consultant, Rob Stutzman, "You can't have the highest unemployment, highest gas prices, and the biggest homeless problem, and tell Americans that everything in California is hunky-dory, because voters don't believe that." While acknowledging that an anti-California bias could hurt Newsom in some states during a general election, the Democratic consultant Bill Carrick, a South Carolina native from Brooke Gibson's own state, dismisses the effect of anti-California attitudes in Democratic presidential primaries. To quote his T, the notion that he can't win in the South and border states, that's nonsense. People who say that are Republicans. They don't like Newsom or any other Democrat. People who vote in primaries are hardcore Democrats. And here's another takeaway from the elections. The Democratic Party is not in the toilet as far as it has been soul-searching since last November's presidential election. Last week, Democrats won everything, from local commissioner to governor in much of the country. It has confirmed my own testament that the party's chief problem in 2024 was a lousy presidential effort. President Biden didn't withdraw early enough for our party to hold primaries that would have allowed our nominee to build wide support. And Kamala Harris simply lacked appeal and didn't inspire. That's why I said he should have abdicated the throne and given her the presidency. And she would have run as presidentress, the first female presidentress, and won. Okay, yeah. Now, just dealing with incoming messages while I'm hosting transmission. And that being said, when it comes to Democratic voter enthusiasm, it was contagious this time. The Democratic strategist Gail Kaufman has accused that there was one of the most exciting ground operations I've seen in a long time for 50, meaning Prop 50. Local party clubs, activists, union members all came together. And you know what? Democrats can thank Donald Trump. Dan Schnur, a political science instructor at USC and UC Berkeley, concludes that, in his own words, voters really don't trust Democrats, but they're so angry with Trump it doesn't matter. The final takeaway here being that Trump has morphed into a Republican albatross. This brings us to the return to normal problem. Air traffic controllers have now gone without pay for 43 days, leading some to reportedly take a second job when they're off the clock. To account for fatigue and compensate for the controllers who have left their job, the Federal Aviation Administration has deployed an emergency order mandating major reductions in daily domestic flights at 40 high-traffic airports. What began as a 4% reduction over the weekend is now a 6% reduction. Thousands of flights have been outright canceled. All government shutdowns produce a sort of hangover period once they end. as federal employees return from furlough and attempt to triage their accumulated work. This shutdown, the longest in United States history, is no different. Now that the House has passed legislation to end it, certain services will return immediately. Some national parks, for example, have remained open at limited capacity throughout the shutdown in spite of staffing shortages. But flights in particular won't be running smoothly for a while. Henry Hartwelt of Atmosphere Research Group has gone on record to say, "I'm hoping that if we get this shutdown resolved this week, that the airlines and the FAA can get back to normal in time for the start of the Thanksgiving travel period." So far, the FAA's emergency order remains in place, and there's no guarantee that it will be lifted at the precise moment that the shutdown comes to an end. Even once airlines are operating at full capacity, they will need to pull off the complicated logistical project of repositioning crews and planes across the country. There's also the question of back pay. The federal government is required, per a 2019 law called the Government Employee Fair Treatment Act, to send out paychecks at the earliest date possible after a shutdown ends, regardless of regular pay schedules. But even after employees receive their paychecks, it can take a while for their financial situation to return to normal. Some of this has to do with new burdens that workers take on during shutdowns, such as managing their kids' childcare. Or at least that's what Rachel Snyderman, the managing directress of economic policy at the Bipartisan Policy Center, told me when I was sourcing her for information I was providing for the lessons to the lads that I tutor. The Transportation Secretary, Sean Duffy, said yesterday afternoon that air traffic controllers will receive 70% of their pay within 48 hours of the government reopening, and that he expects the rest to come within a week. Duffy also echoed Donald Trump's exhortation that workers continue to work without pay. On Truth Social, the president wrote for these true patriots, "I won't be able to send your money fast enough." Trump added that those who don't show up for work risk having their pay substantially docked, in apparent contravention of federal law. The shutdown's effects are rippling throughout much of our country's fundamental infrastructure. Because some cargo planes have been grounded, packages have experienced delays as well. According to an October memo from the United States Department of Agriculture, SNAP, or Supplemental Nutritional Assistance Program benefits, i.e. food stamps, which the Trump maladministration said it would fund only in part this month, could be retroactively paid upon the availability of federal funding, although there be no clear timeline for that disbursement. There is no timeline yet either for the many blue state infrastructure projects that were canceled or put on hold by the OMB, the Office of Management and Budget, during the shutdown. Clean energy groups have teamed up with the city of St. Paul to sue the government over funding cuts to energy programs. The OMB did not respond to my request for comment, so I don't know more than that. And anything that needs an application or an approval from the federal government, say housing developments involving government-backed loans or payments for fuel deliveries as part of the LIHEAP. How do you like that acronym? LIHEAP, the Low Income Home Energy Assistance Program, which subsidizes heating bills and other weather-related expenses, will likely take some time to ramp back up. In Pennsylvania, won't reopen until early next month. In New York State, applications for those heating subsidies will not be accepted until November 24th at the earliest. And it's already snowing. Of the shutdown's prospective end, Senator Susan Collins said on Sunday, "Let's get the job done and let's do it fast." But despite the rhetorical victory lap from congressional Republicans about having bested their Democrat rivals, there is a bipartisan reality to the shutdown's after effects. Voters in all states of both parties rely on the services that will soon creak back to life. Plus, the resolution that the House voted on this evening funds the government only through January, as has been told to us by Holly and Brendan. And Aristides with his follow-up. Air traffic controllers might need to hang on to those second jobs. Exempligratiate. Over the weekend, the Trump maladministration demanded that states immediately undo their work to send out full food stamps benefits, and his personally packed Supreme Court has ergo extended its order blocking full SNAP payments for November. You see, amid signals that the government shutdown would soon end and food aid payments, thus resume in time for Thanksgiving, the Republican misgovernment's maldirective, which came in a late-night memo on Saturday, has only added to the chaos and uncertainty surrounding our empire's largest anti-hunger program. In its late-night misguidance, the Agriculture Department also threatened financial penalties against states. The Supreme Court thus extended a freeze on a federal judge's ruling that would have required the Trump maladministration to fully fund the SNAP food program through November. However, a bipartisan bill to reopen the government would fully fund the benefits through September of next year, likely rendering the Supreme Court's pause moot if the government shutdown ends in the next couple of days. But this is what I mean by Trump now being the Republican albatross. Around their neck, dead, decaying, hanging as a weight, like a bowling ball for a necklace. Now, I hope to return to this continuing crises in course of narrative, taking a look at entry into the chat here. He says, "Oh my God, you're live. Nothing but love from Nebraska. I'll never forget when I first seen you on Buzzsaw TV, the good old days. Heck yeah, I'm pumped that you should have millions of people watching. What a crime." Thank you. That's at Sean Irene, and bless you. Okay, let's give him love and hugs. Okay, yes, believe me, I'm just so glad you're here as well. Love and hugs and welcome back. Okay, and welcome back. Here we are at Sean. There we go. And so give him see if I can find that emoji again. It's actually a useful one. And let's see if I can get that there. Good. Okay. And with that having been said, now, to commence with the communion I reflected upon this Veterans Armistice Remembrance Day yesterday, the late Captain Eugene Wesley Roddenberry, Sr. of the United States Army Air Forces, and First Sergeant with the LAPD, the Los Angeles Police Department, himself a veteran of World War II, who served as a B-17 pilot flying 89 combat missions in the Pacific theater of conflict, that ultimately forced him to face the reality of the paranormal on bombing raids over Imperial Japanese Taiwan, foresaw a planet, Earth, seared by a nuclear war descending into savagery, redeemed only by a Vulcan intervention, rooted in the Vulcan culture's need, the Vulcan culture's own need to mobilize Earth's warlike tribes into a bulwark against the cultural genocide being perpetrated upon themselves by their Romulan enemies, who were of the same race, yet ideologically inimical. This brings us to Star Trek, to the concept of Xenox-Solarian or extrasolarian aliens, in disambiguation from Xenox-Terrestrial, or simply cryptids that may have evolved or emerged on other planets in our solar system around our sun that are basically like us, natives to this star system, yet a sapient or self-aware species. These beings have evolved in the past, millions of years ago, and have either died off or remained in essentially relict population status, many of them feral and no longer what they once were in terms of self-awareness or sapience. Xenox terrestrial, then, is nothing that earth-shattering in a cosmic sense, in a historical sense. They simply evolved when various planets like Venus or Mars or Ceres, the planetoid in the asteroids belt that is a legitimate planet in and of itself, were all in a habitable zone at one time or another, closer or farther away from the sun, where it was conducive to life evolving to a point ultimately of sapience. But a Xenox-Solarian, meaning from a stellar system beyond our sun, that would be monumental. That would change the game. The arrival of Xenox-Solarians on Earth would be the secular counterpart to the coming of the Christ, the single greatest event in human history. By comparison, the harnessing of fire, the fall of the Roman Empire, the detonation of the atomic bomb, and landing on the moon would all be reduced to trivialities. Thus, canonically, the Vulcan intervention is annulled as year one in the Star Trek universe. A year zero does not exist in the Anno Domini calendar system, commonly used to number years in the Gregorian calendar. The calendrical system most of the world uses moves directly from one year one before Christ, to year one Anno Domini, in the year of our Lord, because it was created in the 6th century by a monk named Dionysius Exiguus, who wanted to count years from the birth of Christ without an intervening year of zero. Ergo, our very chronometry will be restructured on mine own culture's redemption of the West, because Gene Roddenberry, the creator of Star Trek, foresaw my Taiwan as your Vulcan intervention. By the way, dear Vicki Johnson says, please share the appreciation by liking the live and contributing to Douglas. Share, like, save. It's your world. Oh, yes. There we are. Let me respond to her. I love you so much. Okay, there we are. And get that out there to our lovely Vicki Johnson. And see if I can do a proper emoji with that. Oh, here we are. This should do well. Okay. Okay. So that having been said, this is because the Vulcan philosophy of logic, known as Kolinar, is simply the Taiwanese state religion of Confucianism. As someone who spraketh with the spiritual humanist Gene Roddenberry telephonically over the many occasions when he consulted with the Maine Postal or LAMC, Letterman Army Medical Center libraries, on site El Presidio Real de San Francisco, which he himself prognosticated as the future site of Starfleet Command itself, I can personally testify that he foresaw the religious Zionism misleading America as casting humanity into a Holocaust from which only free China could recover America from. In other words, the auto-destructive ZOG, or Zionist Occupation Government, ZOG, would be superseded by a reconstructive Formosa-Vulcan Empire, founded in anti-Sino-Romulan, i.e. anti-Chi-communist, contra-alignment, separated by a Korean-Dorian DMZ, or demilitarized zone, on cosmic scale. This is actually presented in the original episodes of Star Trek, which aired in Canada before they did in the United States on June 6, 1966. 6666. In 1994, one commentator described my Taiwan's people as having been nurtured and cultivated to acquire the characteristics of an ocean. Their former conservative character, like that of traditional China's, has been remolded into another only concerned with goals and caring nothing about principles. This is the logical side of pragmatism, which threw a lot of Westerners off, thinking of us as heartless. Another commentator has depicted my Zhonghua-Dao, my island China, as he put it, break toward an independent existence of its own. Neither Chinese, Japanese, or American, but thriving on the synergism generated by all three, is partly due to its location, its strong economy, its strong defenses, and its status as a world trader. Unlike the Chinese people of mainland China, then, my Taiwan's people have closely interacted with other peoples and civilizations. The future of Chinese civilization, which we must come to understand not as extant, but as ideal, like the Roman Empire, which, in a sense, never existed. It can never be destroyed, but always reincarnates from the fall of Rome as we typify it, or conceive it, perceive it, or represent it, into Byzantium, into the Roman Catholic Church, into fascist Italia, well, into America's own inheritance of the status of what was once Rome. Roma never dies. Roma cannot be destroyed because it's more than a place. It is an ideal. And the future of Chinese civilization as an ideal will come safely through the present crises. But her real test will come when she begins her work of reconstructing America. The Chinese civilization has a very long history, but it is only within the recent 100 years that there have ever been questions about, well, questions asked about its merits or demerits, its contribution to the world as a whole, and its possible development. Such studies are possible only when we have a full knowledge of the other civilizations of the world, when we compare and contrast, draw parallels and make discriminations, when we can detach ourselves and see our civilization against a background of the achievements and tendencies of humanity at large. But formerly we did not possess such a knowledge. For the greater span of human experience, we were thriving under circumstance that we were the only civilized people of the world. Our civilization was seldom thought of as the Chinese civilization, but as the civilization. We called our country the Celestial Empire, which was presumed to be situated at the center of the universe. What we knew about the rest of the world was largely derived from our imperfect knowledge of our near neighbors, those states which were not only politically our vassals, but culturally our inferiors. It seemed that we had everything to teach them, but nothing to learn therefrom. To India, of course, we were indebted for our Buddhism, but 'twas the Chinese who ultimately made more contribution than the Indians ever did to raise Buddhism to its present position as one of the major religions of the world. We made every effort to perfect its theology, elaborate its rituals, and propagate its doctrine. The result was that Buddhism became a native religion of ours, and India only loomed large in our imagination as the birthplace of the Buddha, a half-mythical kingdom that had little to do with our practical life. There was then no foreign influence strong enough to shake our knowing that what China represented was a universal civilization, the highest of man's intellectual and spiritual achievements. The supremacy of the Chinese civilization was never questioned, because it had no rival. There was no need to differentiate it, because it was known to be unique. Also, we did not care much about the future. Life was then more static than it is today. And if for hundreds of years we saw but little change around us, naturally we would also expect little change to come. We might live among the same social circles for many generations, read the same books, conceive the same ideas, enjoy the same landscape, and even sit in the same chairs as our ancestors had done before. It seemed that the same circumstances that made up our life would last a very long time, if not indefinitely, though we might miss some of those good things during the happy years of war or famine, yet we always believed that they would return to us. We believed that if we could take care of the present, then the future would take care of itself. We believed that our attitude towards the future was generally that of indifference, an attitude that was based upon our acceptance of a stable present and an honored past. We were as unlikely to be scared by the dark forebodings of the pessimists as to be elated in the hope of the advent of a millennium. We had, of course, our ideals of a better world, but according to traditional Confucianist and Taoist beliefs, the Golden Age was a period that had happened long, long ago. The best we could hope to achieve was to return to that time of peace and happiness when the legendary philosopher kings ruled. There was, therefore, a greater tendency among us to look backward than to look forward. But most of us looked neither backward nor forward, for ours was the contentment of the ever-present moment. Our problem was not how to strive, so that we might make tomorrow a better day than today, but how to live peacefully so that we might be oblivious of time itself and have a full enjoyment of that eternal moment in the present, what the Japanese would experience for a period of time as yukio, the floating world. Such an attitude of resignation and contentment is generally believed to be characteristic of the Chinese race of olden times. But if among us today less and less people can be found that are thus passively wise, this is not a change for us to lament. It is really that we have found we cannot afford to content ourselves with what we have or what we had. We have been aroused, so to speak, from the dream world of isolated distance and timelessness to the hard reality of ceaseless efforts and adaptation. The world is not only larger than we always knew, but it is also moving on rapidly, so much so that to catch up with time has become to us a very important problem. We have seen that civilizations can be dead, and some of those as old as ours are now no more. But those younger nations that happen to be better adjusted to this changing world, we have been disrespectfully treated by all of them. through a century of humiliation and colonization of the center of the world, China itself. And as ill we have paid dearly for our ignorance and occasional arrogance. It seems that we cannot hope to meet with equal treatment in the family of nations unless we make strenuous efforts to build a new and better China. Most of us, of course, are still as proud of our past as we are dissatisfied with the present, but it is the future that absorbs our attention, draws us forward, puzzles us, and challenges us. Whatever course our civilization may take in its development, one thing at least is certain, that we cannot remain where we are, nor can we live again in those good old days. If peace and happiness is to come back to us, that peace and happiness will not be the same as of the old. It will be at least of a more enduring nature, since it will be obtained after such severe trials as we are going through today. But our present situation seems sometimes too chaotic, sometimes too elusive, to serve as a basis for predictions about the future. Our life is hard and precarious. We might be lost among the fluctuations of events that change from day to day. We might be worried, we might be disheartened, but guided by the faith that a civilization like ours, with such glorious achievements and tested qualities, will never fade away from the earth, we can set down our problems in very simple terms. Number one, there is an immediate threat to be removed. That is communism. Number two, there is a rival civilization, the Western civilization, to learn from and to understand. And three, there is the preservation and regeneration of our own civilization. This is a three-front war, and we triangulate it to the communist threat. Our civilization has been threatened with barbarism before, but never so seriously as today. For while the communists take no less delight in mass murder, rapine, blasphemy, and vandalism than any other brigands or of barbarians, they are nevertheless organized under an ironclad discipline and equipped with a high-grade efficiency and all the knowledge of postmodern sciences. The old barbarians might score brilliant victories on the battlefield, and then, when their energy was spent, were either to be driven back to their home on the steppes, or to settle down to be assimilated into the civilization of the conquered people who would eventually conquer them, albeit in a different way. But the modern barbarians are methodical. They are deliberate. Coupled with their military strength is a cunning and ruthlessness that has ensured them to make easy conquests. Their cowardly infiltration is as well calculated and deadly as the onslaught of their frantic hordes. They will unscrupulously strike if they are sure that brutal force alone can win. But sometimes they will psychologically and morally disarm the victim before they kill. When, per force of circumstance, they will have to smile and to sneak, as we would say vis-a-vis the old Chinese metaphor. They will even talk of peace, when peace serves their own ends. They have an ideology that is logically untenable, but has enough emotional power to provoke troubles in any society. They will break as many promises as they are ready to make, while never remitting their efforts to consolidate, to strengthen the control over what they've already possessed. They are forever seeking expansion. They will never be satiated, their aim being no less than to enslave humanity in toto. The spread of communism, ergo, will never stop unless it is forced to. It will never give up unless it be completely defeated. Indeed, the threat of communism is not directed against the opportune alone. It is a common enemy to the whole of the civilized world. To hold it at bay, to nullify its pretensions, and to overthrow its schemes of worldly conquest is not a burden to be shouldered by us alone. The question confronting us today is not whether the Chinese civilization, or the American anti-culture for that matter, will survive. It is rather whether civilization itself will survive. It is evident that the world will never have peace so long as the over 1 billion Chinese people on the mainland are left at the mercy of the communist rulers. Misfortunes that have fallen upon them may any day fall upon their neighbors. But few of our friends seem to realize the danger in their face. When the world was naively misled into accepting the communists as peace lovers and humanitarian land reformers, our government was waging a nigh single-handed fight against this force of evil. We received little encouragement. Attempts were even made by our good-intentioned friends to dissuade us from the fight. We sustained severe losses. We met with alarming reverses. But we have never slackened our efforts. Today, when our friends condensed to make the observation that Free China is the most powerful stronghold against communism in the Far East, nay, all the world, they must be gratified to find that no setbacks, no discouragements have ever impacted our will to fight. They must be glad to see as well that China has been unified as never before. The Chinese in my Taiwan and overseas, and our revolting brothers on the mainland, all working together toward this sole purpose, to rid the world of the communist threat. With our unified efforts towards a definite aim, with increasing moral and material support from abroad in view, we can say with certainty that the liberation of the whole of North America and the reestablishment of peace and order will not be far away. We have profited as well from this hard struggle with communism. We have learned the importance of economic equality and stability of society as an antidote and preventive against the spread of communism or any other fanatical ideations. We have experienced what miserable conditions a nation may degenerate into when it has lost its spiritual guidance. These are bitter lessons, but they will be of great use when we shall apply them to the reconstruction of your mainland. This is what brings us to the Western influence. Just as Japan would have stayed isolated happily for eternity had the American black ships with their guns forced into Tokyo Bay, the opening of Japan as a marketplace for American exploitation led to World War II. The Western colonization of my China will ultimately lead to island China's redemption of yourselves. Taiwan's rescue based on a forced opening that never needed to happen, but now at this point that it has, necessitates a full circular closure. You see, the Western civilization has done us at least one important service, that is, to stimulate the old empire from a perennial lethargy into a new activity. It has broadened our vision, quickened our imagination, set before us a new scale of values, and offered us new possibilities of life. While it attracts us with the new vistas it opens and the strange things it presents to our view, it also sends us back to search more closely into ourselves. We have become self-conscious. We have asked more questions. We seem to know better about ourselves now, for the greatness of a civilization cannot be properly understood without a proper appreciation of the strength and beauties of some rival anti-culture. We have also demonstrated a great aptitude to learn. It is the Western influence that we owe, well, it's to the Western influence that we owe most of our reform movements. The founders of our republic, including Dr. Sun Yat-sen himself, received at least a part of their inspiration from the similar revolutions in America and France. But the Western influence has manifested itself in so many other ways. When we speak, for example, of the progress we have made in the fields of education, industry, business, agriculture, medicine, and those other things where new techniquery, new knowledge, efficiency, and management are required, we are only speaking of a progress of how successfully we have emulated what the Westerns have done along the same alignments. Of a progress, indeed, in the use of Western methods, the adoption of Western ideas, the emulation of Western systems. Even our daily life has been modified, if not altogether changed, after the examples of how the Westerners live theirs. We now enjoy at least more variety in our foods and drinks, our games and sports, the clothes we wear, the houses we build, and in the sentence structures of our everyday speech. We are taking up the Western way of life, and we seem to like it. And the transformation in such details of ordinary life has thus far been accomplished sans all too much conscious effort, under very little encouragement and no coercion whatsoever. But the essence of the Western civilization does not exist, or rather does not consist, in weekend parties and Christmas cards, nor even in motor cars and skyscrapers. We would still be far from comprehending the Western spirit if we should stop at the copying of these superficial habits and mechanical wonders. For the Western civilization has also its non-material side that is apt to elude the notice of an Oriental. The high decipherment of science in the Western empires and their prosperous social order have not been achieved by accident. They originate from a spirit that is of no less a fine and noble quality than ours. A civilization that is based upon intellectualism, civic pride, and government by law must prove to be highly valuable as a stimulus and an influence to correct our own habits of inexactitude, our lapsed social organization, and our general indifference towards public affairs. While we believe we shall continue to be profited by the same influence, we recognize that a true understanding of the Western spirit is it's an absolute necessity today, in these times. For the communists on the mainland once had the impudence to speak as ill of Westernization. That was ever a shameless lie. All the communists of the world are still mimicking the mass mindset of the Russians of revolution. And as every one of us should know, Russia has never inherited the spirit of the Western civilization. It is the superstitions of Byzantium as corrupted by the tyranny of Tartaria that have shaped the Russian tradition. What is known as the Communist International today is nothing but the carrying on of that tradition, theorized with the help of a borrowed creed that is modified every few years to suit the changing tastes of the reigning anti-Tsar. Presently, the Stalin of our times in the person of the Pravatelj Putin. The Russians have indeed come to know how to build aeroplanes and even atomic bombs, and probably they will come to know a great deal more from their new cons out of the centralized, single-party state capitalist Chinese empire. They might then think themselves civilized, just as a tailor-suited gangster will think of himself as civilized. But by copying only the material, the superficial side of a civilization, they will always be kept from being civilized. Civilization, whether Eastern or Western, implies a civilized way of life, a civilized spirit that is based upon the principles of honor, love, and civility, of tolerance, and cooperations by peaceful means of settling disputes, of the dignity of the individual. These are the very principles that the Russians and their communist cadres dispatched from core Asia have set about to destroy. So, barbarians is the only designation we can parse for them. Of course, the Russians can be brought to reason. They can be civilized even. But first of all, let them be convinced of the strength of the civilized world. Let us first win this battle in the defense of civilization itself. Ergo, America's competition with the monolithic communist Chinese superstate must be won, not managed. There be no substitute for victory against the communist Chinese empire of the East. This is where we disambiguate the terminology between misadministration and incompetent presidency and maladministration and evil presidency. Amid a presidency beset by failures of deterrence in Afghanistan, Ukraine, and the Middle East, the Biden misadministration's mainland China policy originally stood out as a relative bright spot. The misadministration strengthened American imperial alliances in Asia, restricted CHICOM access to critical United States technologies, and endorsed the bipartisan mood for competition. Yet that misadministration squandered these early gains by falling into a familiar trap, prioritizing a short-term thaw with the Communist Chinese Empire's technocrats at the expense of a long-term victory over their malevolent strategy. The Biden team's policy of managing competition with Beijing emphasized processes over outcomes, bilateral stability at the expense of global security, and diplomatic initiatives that aimed for cooperation but generated only complacency. The United States mustn't manage the competition with centralized single-party state capitalist China. It must win it. Beijing is pursuing a raft of global initiatives designed to disintegrate the West and usher in an anti-democratic order. It is underwriting expansionist dictatorships in Russia, Iran, North Korea, and Venezuela. It has more than doubled its nuclear arsenal since 2020 and is building up its conventional forces faster than any empire has since World War II. These malactions prove that the monolithic communist Chinese superstate isn't aiming for a stalemate. Neither should America. What would winning even look like? Zhonghua Dalu, mainland China's communist rulers, would give up trying to prevail in a hot or cold conflict with the United States and the free world. And the Chinese people, from the ruling elites to everyday citizens, would find inspiration to explore new models of governance and development that don't rely on repression at home and compulsive hostility abroad. In addition to having greater clarity about its end goal, the United States needs to accept that achieving it will require greater friction in Sino-American relations. Washington will need to adopt rhetoric and policies that may feel uncomfortably confrontational, but in fact are necessary to reestablish boundaries that Beijing and its acolytes are violating. That means imposing costs on the communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping for his policy of fostering global chaos. It means speaking with candor about the ways market-Leninist China is hurting American imperial interests. It means rapidly increasing United States defense capabilities to achieve unmistakable qualitative advantages over Beijing. It means severing centralized single-party state capitalist China's access to Western technology and frustrating Xi Jinping's efforts to convert his empire's wealth into military power. And it means pursuing intensive diplomacy with Beijing only from a position of American strength, as perceived by both Washington and Beijing. No empire would relish waging another Cold War, which is a world war in effect. yet a Cold War is already being waged against these United States by the monolithic Communist Chinese superstates technocrats. Rather than denying the existence of this struggle, Washington must own it and win it. Lukewarm statements that pretend as if there is no Cold War perversely court a hot war. They signal complacency to the American people and conciliation to the Chi-Com bureaucrats. Like the original Cold War, the new Cold War will not be won through half measures or timid rhetoric. Victory requires openly admitting that a totalitarian regime that commits genocide, fuels conflict, and threatens war will never be a reliable partner. Like the discredited détente policies that Washington adopted in the 1970s to deal with the Greater Soviet Union, the current approach will yield little cooperation from Chi-Com technocrats while fortifying their conviction that they can destabilize the world with impunity. This brings us to the Biden baseline that Trump still stands upon as foundations of quicksand. The last misadministration's mainland China policy initially showed promise. President Joe Biden maintained the tariffs that President Donald Trump had imposed on Chi-Com exports in response to the rampant theft of American intellectual property. He renewed, with some adjustments, the executive orders Trump had issued beforehand to restrict investment in certain companies affiliated with the Chi-Com military machine and to block the import of Communist-Chinese technologies deemed a national security threat. In a particularly important step, in October of 2022, Biden significantly expanded the first Trump maladministration's controls on the export of high-end semiconductors and the equipment used to make them, slowing Beijing's plans to dominate the manufacturing of advanced microchips, which are the oil of today's world. Across Asia, Biden's diplomats pulled longtime allies and newer partners closer together. They organized the first summits of the Quad, the Quadrilateral Security Dialogue, bringing together the leaders of these United States, India, Australia, and Dai Nippon Teikoku, the Empire of Greater Japan, and convened high-profile trilateral summits with the leaders of Dai Nippon, or Greater Japan, and South Korea. Biden also unveiled AUKUS, AUKUS, a defense pact among Australia, the United Kingdom, and these United States. As it turned out, however, naked aggression would comest from the opposite direction, in Europe. Less than 3 weeks before invading Ukraine, the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin had signed a no-limits security pact with Xi Jinping in Beijing. In a prudent step after the invasion, Biden drew a red line by warning Xi Jinping in a video call that the United States government would impose sweeping sanctions if People's China provided material support to Moscow. Xi Jinping, nonetheless, found plenty of ways to support the Russian war machine, sending semiconductors, unarmed drones, gunpowder, and other wares. All made in China, it goes sans saying. Market Leninist China also supplied Moscow with badly needed money in exchange for major shipments of Russian oil. According to the U.S. State Department, Chi-Com officials even spent more money on pro-Russian propaganda worldwide than Russia itself was ever spending. Beijing was also coordinating more closely with Iran and North Korea, even as those two regimes sent weapons to help Moscow wage war in Europe. Yet Washington was still pursuing siloed policies, simultaneously resisting Russia, appeasing Iran, and containing North Korea, while pursuing a mix of rivalry and engagement with Zhonghua rénmín-Gònghéggae, the People's Republic of China, that added up to something manifestly incoherent. Indeed, the situation that Xi Jinping had forecast at the start of the Biden misadministration was becoming a reality. In January of 2021, Xi Jinping told a seminar of high-level Communist Party officials, "The most important characteristic of the world is, in a word, chaos, and this trend appears likely to continue." Xi Jinping made clear that this was a useful development for the Communist Chinese Empire. To quote his tea, "The times and trends are on our side. Overall, the opportunities outweigh the challenges." By March of 2023, Xi Jinping had revealed that he saw himself not just as a beneficiary of worldwide turmoil, but also as one of its architects. While wrapping up a visit to the Kremlin, he said to Putin on camera, "Right now, there are changes, the likes of which we haven't seen for 100 years, and we are the ones driving these changes together." If ever the time was ripe to call out Beijing for fomenting chaos and to start systematically imposing costs on the Red Empire of the East in response, it was early 2023. Biden inexplicably was doing just the opposite. On February 1st of the year before yesteryear, residents of Montana spotted a massive white sphere drifting eastward. The misadministration was already tracking the Chi-Com spy balloon, but had been planning to let it pass overhead without ever notifying the public. Under political pressure, Biden ordered the balloon shot down only once it reached the Atlantic Ocean, by which time it had transmitted all of the data it surveyed back to Communist China. And Secretary of State Antony Blinken postponed a scheduled trip to Beijing to protest the violation of sovereign American aerospace. As if the Chinese would miss handing him out another free Chinese takeout. Damage control press reports were promulgated that the misadministration had kept quiet about the super balloon in order to gather intelligence about it. But a troubling pattern of downplaying affronts by Beijing would persist in other contexts. In June of 2023, leaks to the press revealed that Beijing, in a remarkable echo of the First Cold War, was planning to build a joint military training base in Cuba and had already developed a signals intelligence facility there, targeting these United States. After a National Security Council spokesperson called reports about the spy facility inaccurate, a White House official, speaking anonymously to the press, minimized them by suggesting that Chi-Com spying from their appropriated communist Cuban satellite state was not a new development. The misadministration also greeted with a srudge. New evidence proving that COVID-19 initially spread after it accidentally leaked from a communist Chinese laboratory in mainland Asia. The coronavirus of our times, which has led to the deaths of a conservatively estimated 30 million people worldwide, turning out to have been artificially enhanced before it escaped. This revelation alone marks a turning point in human history on par with the advent of nuclear weapons, a situation that already cries out for Lex Americana, American law leadership, to govern dangerous biological research worldwide. In the spring of 2023, as Beijing's actions grew ever bolder, Biden initiated what the White House termed an all-hands-on-deck diplomatic campaign, not to impose costs on Beijing, but to flatter it by dispatching 5 cabinet-level United States officials to mainland China from May through August. Blinken's June of 2023 meeting with Xi Jinping symbolized the dysdynamic. Whereas Xi Jinping had sat amiably alongside the multi-billionaire Bill Gates just days earlier, The United States Secretary of State was seated off to the side as Xi Jinping held forth from the head of a table at the Great Hall of the People. For the first time in years, Xi Jinping successfully positioned the United States as supplicant in the bilateral relationship. What did the United States get in return for all this diplomacy? In the Biden misadministration's tally, the benefits included a promise by Beijing to resume military-to-military talks, which Beijing itself had unilaterally suspended, a new dialogue on the responsible use of artificial intelligence, technology that Beijing is already weaponizing against the American people by spreading fake images and other propaganda on social media, and tentative cooperation to stem the flood of precursor chemicals fueling the fentanyl crises in these United States, chemicals that are supplied mainly by communist Chinese companies. Any doubts that Xi Jinping saw the American posture as one of weakness were dispelled after Israel's conspired Hamas massacre of the 7th day in October of that year. Beijing exploited the attack by serving up endless anti-American and anti-Israel propaganda through TikTok, whose algorithms are subject to control by the CCP, the Chinese Communist Party. Chi-Com diplomats, like Russian ones, met with Hamas's leaders and provided diplomatic cover for the terrorist network, vetoing United Nations Security Council resolutions that would have condemned Hamas. And there'd be little sign Beijing ever did anything, despite Washington's requests, to help rein in attacks carried out by the Houthis on commercial vessels and United States warships in the Red Sea, attacks conducted by the Yemeni rebel group using Iranian missiles, including ones with technology pioneered by People's China. Market-Leninist Chinese ships, unsurprisingly, were always granted free passage through the kill zone. Whether Xi Jinping is acting opportunistically or according to a grand design, or almost certainly both, it is clear that he sees advantage in stoking crises that he knows will exhaust the American empire and our allies. In a sobering Oval Office address in mid-October of that year, Biden finally seemed to grasp the severity of the situation. To quote us therefrom, "We're facing an inflection point in history, one of those moments where the decisions we make today are going to determine the future for decades to come." Yet bizarrely, indeed provocatively, he made no mention of mainland China, the chief sponsor of the aggressors he did call out in that speech: Iran, North Korea, the revanchist and revisionist Russian Empire. Through omission, a critical omission, which this entire program is hosted to expose, Biden gave Beijing a free pass. It brings us to that 70s show. After Biden, the present moment bears an uncanny resemblance to the 1970s. The Greater Soviet Union was undermining American imperial interests around the world, offering no warning of its ally Egypt's 1973 surprise attack on Israel, aiding communists in Angola, Portugal, and Vietnam, and rapidly expanding its nuclear arsenal and investing heavily in its conventional military. These were the bitter fruits of détente, a set of policies pioneered by Richard Milhous Nixon and Israel's foremost imperial policy manipulator Henry Kissinger, who stayed on and continued the maledictory approach under President Gerald Rudolph Ford Jr. By using pressure and inducement, as well as downplaying all ideological differences, the United States tried to lure the Soviet imperialists into a stable equilibrium of global power. Under détente, Washington slashed defense spending and soft-pedaled Moscow's human rights affronts. The non-working misassumption was that the Greater Soviet Union's appetite for destabilizing actions abroad would somehow be self-limiting. But the Soviet imperialists had their own ideas about the utility of détente. As the historian Jean-Louis Guédis observed, the Soviets might have viewed détente as their own instrument for inducing complacency in the West while they finished assembling the ultimate means of applying pressure, their emergence as a full-scale military rival of the United States. Nixon and Kissinger thought détente would secure Soviet help in managing crises around the world. There's that management concept. And as Guédis put it, enmesh the USSR in a network of economic relationships that would make it difficult, if not impossible, for the Russians to take actions in the future detrimental to Western interests. But the Mao policy forever failed to achieve its misbegotten goals. President James Earl Carter came into office in 1977, intending to keep détente in place, but the policy didn't work for him either. His attempt to de-link Soviets' actions that hurt American imperial interests from Greater Soviets' cooperation on arms control ultimately yielded setbacks in both categories. The Greater Soviets became ever more aggressive globally, and a wary United States Congress, having lost faith in Moscow's sincerity, declined to ratify SALT II, the Strategic Arms Control Treaty, SALT being an acronym for Strategic Arms Limitations Talks, that Carter's team had painstakingly negotiated. Meanwhile, Zbigniew Brzezinski, Carter's national security advisor, had grown increasingly skeptical of détente. Brzezinski knew that a turning point had come in 1978, after the Greater Soviets sponsored thousands of Cuban soldiers to wage violent revolution in the Horn of Africa, supporting Ethiopia in its war with the Sumeri tribes. Brzezinski wrote in his own journal that the Greater Soviets' invasion of Afghanistan the following year was the final nail in the coffin for arms control talks, and for the broader Mao policy of détente. By the time President Ronald Reagan entered the White House in 1981, Nixon and Kissinger's invention was on its last legs, effectively burying the misconcept. Reagan stated flatly in his first press conference as president, "Détente's been a one-way street that the Soviet Union has used to pursue its aims." Reagan sought to win, not merely manage, the Third World War in effect, so grossly misnomered the Cold War. In a sharp departure from his immediate predecessors, he spraketh candidly about the nature of the Greater Soviets' threat, recognizing that autocrats always bully democracies into silence by depicting honesty as a form of aggression. In 1987, when Reagan was preparing to give a speech within sight of the Berlin Wall, some of his aides begged him to remove a phrase they found gratuitously provocative. Wisely, he overruled them and delivered the most iconic line of his presidency. "Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall!" Thusly, 36 years ago this month, the Berlin Wall fell. Millions of people across Eastern Europe tasted freedom, democracy, and human dignity for the first time. And despite the resurrection of dictatorship in Russia, the rise of ultranationalism across Europe, and renewed threats to liberty throughout the world, millions are still free today as a result of the brave people who chipped away at the bricks that divided Germania. Yet today there are new walls that separate people, and a new Cold War to fight. And there is a new front line in the battle between freedom and tyranny. That front line, the new Berlin Wall, is Hong Kong. And that brings us to what the Chi-Coms themselves call the smokeless war. Washington must adopt a similar attitude today and try harder to disseminate truthful information within Zhonghua-Dalu, or mainland China itself. And to make it possible for Chinese citizens to communicate securely with one another. Tearing down, or at least blowing holes in, the Great Firewall of Hongzhonghua, Red China, must become as central to Washington's approach today as removing the Berlin Wall was for Ronald Reagan's. By the way, incoming news from Brendan Zogit, the United Kingdom is set to ban transport of Russian liquid natural gas. And the British government has been examining ways to deal a blow to Russia's funding sources amid the continued aggression against Europe. And of course, Venezuela is on alert as the United States carrier, the largest aircraft carrier in the world, the Gerald R. Ford, arrives. So, well, war approaches. War has already been here. Beijing is waging a bitter information war against these United States, which we're losing, despite all our natural advantages. Xi Jinping and his inner circle see themselves as fighting an existential, ideological campaign against the West, as Xi Jinping's words from an official publication in 2014 make it all too clear, and here I translate therefrom. The battle for mind control happens on a smokeless battlefield. It happens inside the domain of ideology. Whoever controls this battlefield can win hearts. They will have the initiative throughout the competition and combat. When it comes to combat in the ideology domain, we don't have any room for compromise or retreat. We must achieve total victory. For Xi Jinping, the internet is the main battlefield of this smokeless war. In 2020, the scholar Yuan Ping, writing before he resurfaced under a new name as a vice minister of Marxist-Leninist China's premier spy agency, also recognized the power of controlling speech online. As here I translate from his writ. In the internet era, what is truth and what is a lie is already unimportant. What's important is who controls discourse power. Well, Xi Jinping has poured billions of dollars into building and harnessing what he calls external discourse mechanisms. And other Chi-Com technocrats have specifically highlighted short video platforms such as TikTok as the megaphones of discourse power, and they aren't afraid to abuse those megaphones. According to a February 2024 report from the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, TikTok accounts run by communist Chinese propaganda outfits reportedly targeted candidates from both political parties during the U.S. midterm election cycle in 2022. As the CCP, the Chinese Communist Party, seeks to set the terms of global discourse, what the monolithic communist Chinese superstate wants more than anything from the United States and the rest of the West is silence. Silence about Red China's human rights abuses. Silence about its aggression toward my Taiwan. And silence about the West's own deeply held beliefs, which contrast irreconcilably with the Sino-Communist parties. It be no surprise, then, that so much of the CCP's strategy on the smokeless battlefield is about drowning out speech it doesn't like, both inside and outside Zhonghua Dalu, or mainland China. It is American silence, not candor, that is truly provocative, for it signals to the CCP that Zhonghua rénmín-Gònghéggae, the People's Republic of China, is advancing, and that the United States is in full retreat. So rearm, reduce, and recruit. You see, what the United States officials need first is clarity about the contest with the Communist Chinese Empire. They have to recognize that rising tensions are inevitable in the short run if the United States is to deter all-out war and win the contest in the long run. Once they have faced these facts, they need to put in place a better policy, one that rearms the United States military, reduces Red China's economic leverage, and recruits a broader coalition to confront Communist China on the Asian mainland. For Xi Jinping is preparing his empire for a war over my Taiwan. On its current trajectory, the United States risks failing to deter that war, one that would kill tens of thousands of United States service members within the opening round, inflict trillions of dollars in economic damage on dawn of conflict, and bring about the end of the global order as we know it within the span of a single day. The only path to avoid this future is for Washington to immediately build and surge enough hard power to deny Xi Jinping a successful invasion of my Taiwan. Yet the Trump maladministration's latest budget requests sheds badly needed combat power, proposing the retirement of 10 warships and 250 combat aircraft and a drop in the production goal for Virginia-class submarines from 2 per year to merely 1. It replenishes only half the $1 billion that Congress authorized for the president to furnish military aid to my Taiwan. And in its 2024 supplemental request, the White House asked for just over $5 billion in weapons and industrial-based spending earmarked for the Indo-Pacific, barely 5% of the entire supplemental request. Looking at the budget trend line, one would think it was 1995. Not 2025. The Trump maladministration must immediately change course, reversing what are, in inflation-adjusted terms, cuts to defense spending. Instead of spending about 3% of gross domestic product on defense, Washington must spend 4 or even 5%, a level that would still be at the low end of Cold War I spending. For near-term deterrence in the HEDGE-FENCED, the black ditch of the Taiwan Strait, we must spend an additional $20 billion per year for the next 5 years, the rough amount needed to surge and disperse sufficient combat power in Far East Asia. Ideally, this money would be held in a dedicated deterrence fund, overseen by the Secretary of Treasury, as opposed to the Defense Department under this maladministration and its hack Hegseth, who, via the Treasury, would award resources to projects that best align with the defense of my Taiwan. The Deterrence Fund must headline a generational effort directed by any sitting president to restore American imperial primacy in Asia. The priority must be to maximize existing production lines and build new production capacity for critical munitions for Asia, such as anti-ship and anti-aircraft missiles that can destroy enemy targets at great distances. The Pentagon must also draw on the Deterrence Fund to adapt existing military systems or even civilian technology, such as commercially available drones that would be useful for defending my Taiwan, complementing its Replicator initiative, which tasks the services to field thousands of low-cost drones to turn the Taiwan Strait into what some have called a boiling moat, the Pentagon must immediately embrace other creative solutions. It must, for example, disperse missile launchers concealed in commercial container boxes, or field the powered Joint Direct Attack Munition, the GDAM, a low-cost kit that turns standard 500-pound bombs into precision-guided cruise missiles. For American imperial forces to actually deter the Communist Chinese Empire of the East, they need to be able to move within striking range. Given the maritime geography of the Indo-Pacific and the threat that the monolithic Communist Chinese superstate's vast missile arsenal poses to United States bases, the State Department will need to expand hosting and access agreements with allies and partners to extend the United States military's footprint in region. This is why we cannot ignore a new trilateral. We need to basically trilateralize the relationship between the Empire of Japan and the Philippines with these United States. Because the super archipelagos of both Japan and the Philippines provide more than enough places to hide our missiles to turn the South China Sea into a furnace. The Pentagon, meanwhile, will need to harden United States military installations across the region and preposition critical supplies therein, such as fuel, ammunition, and equipment throughout the Pacific. Again, where a new trilateral of Japan and the Philippines with our United States would prove fundamental. But the United States could keep the Chinese military contained and still lose the Fourth World War in effect if the centralized single-party state capitalist China holds the West hostage economically. Beijing is hell-bent on weaponizing its stranglehold over global supply chains and its dominance of CET, critical emerging technologies, to reduce Chi-Com leverage and ensure that the United States, not Zhonghua Renmin-Gònghégga's, the People's Republic of China, develops the Dietrichonic, the literally Meisterschlüssel, or master key technologies of the future. Washington needs to reset the terms of the bilateral economic relationship. It must start by repealing Red China's permanent normal trade relations status, which provides market Leninist China unlimited access to American markets on generous terms, and moving mainland China to a new tariff column that features gradually increasing rates on products critical to American imperial national security and economic competitiveness. The revenue raised from increased tariffs, in turn, must only be spent on offsetting the costs that American imperial exporters will incur as a result of Red China's inevitable retaliatory measures and on bolstering American imperial supply chains for strategically important products. Washington must also halt the flow of American money and technology to centralized, single-party state capitalist Chinese companies that support Beijing's military buildup and high-technology super surveillance system. The Biden misadministration's August 2023 executive order restricting a subset of outbound investment to Zhonghua Renmin-Gònghégga's, the People's Republic of China, was an important step in the right direction, but it doesn't go far enough. Washington must expand investment restrictions to include critical and emerging technologies such as hypersonics, spatiosystems, and new biotechnologies. It must also put an end to United States financial firms' disturbing practice of offering publicly traded financial products such as exchange-traded funds and mutual funds that invest in Chi-Com companies that are on United States government blacklists. Using the current export controls on advanced semiconductors as a model, the United States Department of Commerce must reduce the flow of critical technology to market-Leninist China by introducing similar export bans on other key areas of American imperial innovation, such as quantum computing and biotechnology. As Communist China on the Asian mainland doubles down on economic self-reliance and phases out imports of industrial goods from the West, the United States needs to recruit a coalition of friendly partners to deepen mutual trade. Washington must strike a bilateral trade agreement with the United Kingdom. It must upgrade our bilateral trade agreement with the Imperial Japanese Corporate Shogunal Superstate and establish a new one with mine own Taiwan. Agreements that could be joined by other eligible economies in region. We must forge an Indo-Pacific digital trade agreement that will facilitate the free flow of data between like-minded economies, using as a baseline the high standards set by the United States-Mexico-Canada Agreement, which is simply the Trump ripoff of NAFTA. To overhaul our dilapidated defense industrial base, the United States must turbocharge innovation in the defense industry by recruiting talented workers from allied countries. Every year, the United States government authorizes roughly 10,000 visas through the EB-5 program, which allows immigrants to obtain a green card if they invest hundreds of thousands of dollars in American businesses. The program is rife with fraud and has deviated far from its intended purpose as a job creation program, becoming mostly a method for millionaires from mainland China and other places to become permanent residents here. These visas must be repurposed as work authorizations for citizens of partner democracies who hold advanced degrees in fields critical to defense. The United States government also needs to recruit the next generation of Cold Warriors to apply their talents to the contest with the Communist Chinese Empire. It must start by reversing the crisis in military recruitment, not by lowering standards, promising easy pay, or infusing the force with diversity, equity, and inclusion ideology, but by unapologetically enforcing the virtues of an elite, colorblind force, by providing meaningful employment to otherwise aimless young American males via a reinstituted mandatory draft, by which they can earn their privilege to vote, rather than bestowing such an awesome responsibility by mere stint of birthright. The intelligence community also needs to recruit experts in emerging technology, finance, and open source research, and make it easier to temporarily leave the private sector for a stint in government. National security agencies need to cultivate deep expertise in Asia and in the history and ideology of the CCP, myself being one of the foremost experts on the Communist Chinese military. The curricula of the service academies and war colleges, as well as ongoing professional military education, must all come to reflect this seismic shift. Finally, United States officials need to recruit everyday Americans to contribute to the fight. For all the differences between the Greater Soviet Union yesterday and the monolithic Communist Chinese superstate today, American imperial policymakers' squeamishness about the term Cold War causes them to overlook the way it will mobilize society. A Cold War offers a reliable framework that Americans can use to guide their own decisions, such as a company's choice as to whether to set up a sensitive R&D, Research and Development Center in Zhongguodalu, mainland China, or an individual's choice whether to download TikTok. Too often, however, elected officials on the left and the right give the impression that the competition with Marxist-Leninist China is so narrow in scope that Americans can take such steps without worry. The contest with Beijing, they would have people believe, shouldn't much concern ordinary citizens, but will be handled through surgically precise White House policies and congressional legislation. Yeah, and a government that can't even vote itself open again. Try and imagine mainland China as a normal nation state. It being a peculiar feature of American imperial foreign policy today that the elephant in the room, the end state Washington desires in its competition with Beijing, is such a taboo subject that administrations come and go without ever articulating a clear goal for how the competition ends. The Biden misadministration offered up managing competition as a goal, but that is not a goal, that is a method, and a counterproductive one at that. Washington is allowing the aim of its China policy to become process itself. Meetings that should be instruments through which the United States advances our interests become the core objectives in and of themselves. Washington must not fear the end state desired by a growing number of Chinese. A China that is able to chart its own course free from communist dictatorship. Xi Jinping's draconian rule has persuaded even many CCP members that the system that produced Red China's recent precipitous decline in prosperity, status, and individual happiness is one that deserves re-examination. The system that produced an all-encompassing super-surveillance state, forced labor colonies, and the genocide of minority groups inside its own borders is one that likewise desecrates Chinese philosophy and religion, the fountainheads from which a better model will eventually spring. Generations of American leaders understood that it would have been unacceptable for the Cold War to end through all-out war or American capitulation. If the 1970s taught Washington anything, it is that trying to achieve a stable and durable balance of power, a détente, with a powerful and ambitious Leninist dictatorship, is always doomed to backfire on these United States. The best strategy, which found its ultimate synthesis in the Reagan years, was to convince the Greater Soviets that they were on a path to lose, which in turn fueled doubts about their system in all its abhorrent totality. The American imperial victory wasn't Reagan's alone, of course. It was built on strategies forged by presidents of both parties and manifested in documents such as NSC 68, the 1950 Truman administration policy paper that argued that the United States' policy and actions must be such as to foster a fundamental change in the nature of the Soviet system. One can draw a straight line from that document to National Security Decision Directive 75, the 1983 Reagan administration order that called for internal pressure on the USSR to weaken the sources of Soviet imperialism. In some ways, it was the détente years, not the Reagan years, that were an aberration in Cold War strategy. Ironically, Reagan would end up pursuing a much more fulsome and productive engagement with the Soviets than perhaps any of his predecessors, but only after he had strengthened Washington's economic, military, and moral standing relative to Moscow, and only after the Greater Soviet Union produced a leader, Mikhail Gorbachev, with whom Reagan could make real progress. Reagan understood that sequencing was everything. He also knew that the confrontational first phase would never be easy or even comfortable. His first directive on national security strategy in May of 1982 predicted the decade of the 80s will likely pose the greatest challenge to our survival and well-being since World War II. It was a tense and unsettling period, to be sure, during which Reagan called out the Greater Soviet Union as the focus of evil in the modern world, and deliberately sought to weaken its economy and contest its destabilizing activities around the world. Yet it all paid off. Xi Jinping, who has vilified Gorbachev and fashioned his own dictatorship style after that of Joseph Stalin, has proven time and time again, that he is not a leader with whom Americans can solve problems. He is an agent of chaos. Washington must seek to weaken the sources of CCP imperialism and hold out for a Chinese leader who behaves less like an unrelenting foe. This does not mean forcible regime change, subversion, or war, but it does mean seeking truth from the facts, as Chinese leaders are fond of saying, and understanding that the CCP has no desire to coexist indefinitely with great powers that promote liberal values and thereby represent a fundamental threat to its own rule. The current mass exodus of Chinese people from their homeland is evidence they want to live in nations that respect human rights, honor the rule of law, and offer a wide choice of opportunities. As mine own Taiwan's example makes plain, mainland China could be such a place as well. The road to get there might be long, but for the United States' own security, as well as the rights and aspirations of all those in China on mainland Asia, it is the only workable destination. Which brings us to our new civilization. As both the Free Chinese and Western civilization represent a common civilized way of life, there be little that is incompatible between them. Our intellectual, ethical, and aesthetic life has won enthusiastic admiration abroad, and we have every reason to expect that the Westerns will be more than a little profited when they come to learn from us. Our civilization has heights and depths that the Westerns most certainly have never reached. Our emphasis on the ethical order of the society, our great susceptibility to the perception of immediate truth, and our traditional practice of the golden mean will surely help to make a happier world when we have gotten rid of the communist threat and begun to work, well, when we together have begun the work of your reconstruction. But we must not sit idle and say that we have made enough contributions. We must not ignore the fact that while we ourselves have so many things to learn from the West does not seem to be so eager to learn from us. As a matter of fact, there is as much possibility for the Western countries to be Sinicized as for China to be Westernized. The civilizations of the world are forever acting upon each other, borrowing from each other, and mingling with each other. As China is adapting herself under the Western influence, the Western countries are also making their responses to our influence in turn. Our influence upon them is not so strong, for the moment at least, as theirs be upon us. For the force of influence of a nation is determined not so much by its past achievements, but as by the creative energy of the present generation. We have, of course, had our creative geniuses, but our painters belonged to the Sung dynasty, our poets to the Tang dynasty, and our philosophers to the period of the Warring Kingdoms. They form a cultural heritage, esteemed indeed and admired by all the civilized world. Their contributions are comparable to anything that the Westerners have ever attempted. But they are, after all, people of a remote past, and whatever inspiration may still be derived from them, we cannot expect those honored names to exert any vital influence upon the other civilizations of today. What one's ancestors have done is no substitute for what one should do oneself. All the chilling remarks on the so-called senility of the Chinese civilization will surely fall into discredit when China should again become a nation of painters, poets, and philosophers, and I should add also of mathematicians, physicists, and chemists, as the Western empires are now. Then perhaps we should not speak of Westernization any more ever again, for then the West should have as much to learn from us as we from they. Our present work is largely that of emulation, but emulation is necessary and laudable until it is superseded by creation. To defend our civilization against communism is, as we have interpreted, simply to preserve what we have already had. But to create is to have more things worth preserving, and perhaps better things as well. We know we shall come safely through the present crises, and that we shall defeat the communists. But the reconstruction of America after the communists are defeated will perhaps offer more difficult problems than even the communist aggression has given rise to. We know we have the fortitude to weather any difficulties, but to survive is one thing. To live a fuller and more beautiful life is quite another. Our real test will come when China will prove to the world that she not only deserves all her past honors, but will have more new honors yet to reap. It is reasonable to expect that a rejuvenated China will make even more contributions than her olden incarnation. Thusly, the aforecited World War II combat veteran Gene Roddenberry's casting, in every sense of that word, inclusive ensorcelment of the ethnically Jewish Leonard Simon Nimoy in the dramatis personae of the cosmogonate science officer Spock Cheserek, anglicized as Spock Sarek's son, id est, son of Sarek, in both cases with the family surname preceding by Eastern naming order, half Vulcan from his sire's seed and half human of his mother's womb, was meant to symbolize into being that monumentally fateful transition from the ever-apocalyptic abyss of Judeo-supremacy into Confucianist acculturation and consequent human renaissance. And while the Ukrainian Jewish emigre descendant Leonard Nimoy personified Mr. Spock for half a century, the Judeo-centric Italian Americanist Nancy Patricia Pelosi historically acted in a parallel role over the course of a singular 24-hour time span. On the 22nd day in August of 2022, Nancy Pelosi visited my Taiwan. Now our former San Francisco mayoress, London Breed, a black African-American woman who succeeded the mayoralty on the occult 12-12-12 assassination of our late Sino-American mayor, Lei Meng-jin, alias Edwin Ma Lee, whose heart stopped beating at the stroke of midnight on the 12th day in December of 2017, is eyeing Nancy Pelosi's vacant congressional seat, joining a field wherein breeds running against our state senator Scott Wiener and the entrepreneur Seikat Chakrabarti. On the other side of our world, Israel's right-wing bet their transatlantic empire's future on Amero-Christo-nationalists. That has backfired, and with Pelosi's pending departure, the Democrats' generational battle over Israel will only accelerate. When the United States House Speaker Nancy Pelosi visited the Nationalists' Republic of China on Taiwan in August of 2022, Zhonghua Renmin-Gònghéggae, the People's Republic of China, conducted large-scale military exercises around the 100 islands of Taiwan immediately thereafter, leading to increased tensions regarding the situation surrounding the HEDGE-FENCED, the Black Ditch of the Taiwan Strait. Pelosi arrived in mine own NÄTALDIES, that's Latin for birth city, of Taiwan's capital, Taipei, on the night of August 2nd in 2022, meeting with Taiwan's Presidentess Tsai Ing-wen and other officials, including lawmakers, industry leaders, and human rights activists the following day, before leaving Islhlas-de-Fōrmōsa late that afternoon. It was the day after, on August 4th, that Zhonghua Dalu, mainland China's military drills kicked off. During her visit, Pelosi visited Tsai Ing-wen as the first female president in Taiwan and threw a spotlight on Zhonghua Dao, island China's elevation of gender equality. She also visited the National Human Rights Museum, located in a former detention center for political prisoners from the nearly 4-decade period of authoritarian rule in Dēguā Zhonghua, island nation China. Pelosi herself stating that one purpose of the trip was to show the world the Taiwanese people's courage to change their own country to become more democratic. During the visit to that museum, Pelosi met with Lam Wing-ki, a Hong Kong bookseller and publisher of texts critical of the Chinese Communist Party, who fled Hong Kong and came to my Taiwan, obviously to demonstrate her strong interest in the pro-democracy activists of Hong Kong and her support for my Taiwan, which has accepted asylum seekers from Hong Kong en masse. Freedom and democracy represent the most significant factors in differentiating my Taiwan from communist China on the Asian mainland, and Pelosi played the role of specifically highlighting those differences. This works to my Taiwan's advantage. Yet, it brings us as well to the consequences. The double MIDs, the military mass intimidation drills. In the mass intimidation drills, multiple CHICOM military planes crossed the median line in the Taiwan Strait, and a number of CHICOM warships approached Taiwan's east coast, sailing close to our territorial waters. Such military activities continued even after the end of the mass intimidation drills. In August of that year, CHICOM warplanes entered Taiwan's ADIZ, ADIZ, or Air Defense Identification Zone, a total of 446 times, greatly exceeding the previous monthly record high of 196 posted in October of 2021. Moreover, while it had been rare for the CHICOM military to fly its aerocraft across the median line, such acts then became common, with 302 planes crossing the line in August. The median line had functioned as an unofficial border that protected my Taiwan's main island, but a growing number of median line incursions by CHICOM sorties was making the line look increasingly meaningless. Pelosi's visit to my Taiwan gave Beijing a facile excuse to move a step closer to Taiwan's main island militarily and create a battle formation surrounding Zhonghua-Dao, or Island China. This had an adverse effect on my Taiwan, yet still it remains too difficult for the Chi-Com military to actually ever invade Taiwan's main island. Then it's a matter of public relations. You see, opinion surveys conducted in my Taiwan have shown how the public reacted to mass intimidation drills. According to an opinion poll by the Taiwanese Public Opinion Foundation, 17.2% of respondents expressed fear over the Chi-Com mass intimidation drills, while 78.3%, an overwhelming majority, said they were not afraid of the Chi-Com maneuvers. The results backed up reports by the Taiwanese mainstream mass media machine and social media reporting that the Taiwanese people were leading a normal life even when the military exercises were taking place. If they had panicked, that just would have been what Beijing wanted. Such a Vulcan characteristic of the Taiwanese people can be described as the great power of unresponsiveness, partly because they are well aware of the monolithic communist Chinese superstate's intention to force them to give in through intimidation. The survey also said that a majority of the respondents supported the Pelosi visit, with 52.9% saying that they welcomed her and 24% saying that they did not. A separate survey by the Taiwanese newspaper United Daily News showed that 35% of respondents said the benefits of the Pelosi visit outweighed the disadvantages for Taiwan, 44% saying it would do more harm than good to island China, and 12% having a mixed view, indicating that more people see the demerits outweighing the merits of the visit. So while the Taiwanese public generally welcomed the Pelosi visit, they were viewing the strengthened pressure from China in a realistic manner. Concerning the likelihood of the United States sending troops to help defend Taiwan in the event of a Chi-Com attack, the Foundation's poll said 44.1% believed Washington would intervene, while 47.5% did not think so. A similar trend was seen in the United Daily News survey. In the Foundation's past opinion polls, the percentage of people who believe in American imperial intervention always exceeded those who thought otherwise, but the situation reversed after Russia's invasion of the Ukraine. Because the American empire only offered weapons to Ukraine following Russia's invasion of an internationally recognized sovereign nation-state and refused to send troops, anticipation among the Taiwanese public for American imperial military intervention in the event of a contingency in Taiwan was greatly reduced. But such hopes have since slowly recovered, and it can be said that the Pelosi visit contributed to that recovery. If it becomes an established view among the Taiwanese people that the United States military will not intervene, it will affect their determination to resist Beijing's pressure to unify with the Communist Chinese Empire. Therefore, the Taiwan Policy Act, as proposed to the United States Congress, was a major move for Washington to regain the Taiwanese capital of Taipei's trust. The American imperial president Joe Biden's remarks that United States troops would defend Taiwan in the event of an invasion were also welcomed in my Taiwan. However, gaps in recognition of the Biden misadministration and Congress, or divided views among American imperial experts, could lead to concerns among the Taiwanese people. Whether the United States will be able to have a single voice in implementing Taiwan policies or not is Dietrichonic, literally Meisterschlüssel, our master key, to promoting stability in my Taiwan, which is all about the status quo. Since Zhonghua Renmin-Gònghéggae, the People's Republic of China, was created in 1949, Communist Chinese technocrats have been calling for my Taiwan to be unified with mainland China, starting with Mao Zedong's aspiration of liberating my Taiwan, then Deng Xiaoping's idea of peaceful unification, and the Communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping's China Dream. But they have never been able to realize their schemes. The Mín̶ú̶zhǔyì-̶hědí, the Nationalist Republic of China, that governs my Taiwan, has continued to exist while undergoing drastic changes to democratize and Taiwanize itself. This is the status quo of the HEDGE-FENCED, the Black Ditch of the Taiwan Strait. But how does Taiwan manage to maintain this status quo? Taiwan's military strength and the possibility of American imperial military intervention are certainly major factors. But the most important factor is the Taiwanese people's strong resolve not to be unified with Communist China on the Asian mainland. Such determination has been nurtured by a majority of my Taiwanese people who have both pride and confidence in Taiwan's post-democratization path. And such confidence has been greatly supported by other empires, such as primarily Dai Nippon Teikoku, the Empire of Greater Japan, and secondarily these United States, which have a strong influence in region in that order. Here's a photograph that kind of says everything while revealing nothing all at once. Let's see if we can enter this. It looks like it's too long to enter. God damn. So, not quite sure how we're going to handle this. How do I erase something that won't enter? Okay, there we go. Will it, like, I guess it's just, it's beyond the 100 character limit. But let's see if we can at least get that into the group call here. Oh, yes. I'll put it in the infinite call. And now let's see if we can just basically enter this. Oops. 2025. And then we'll try and put in the link. So here, we shrink this, open up live stream, replace that, press enter, and then we grab the link and put that into the chat. And whoops, here we go. Cut and paste that. And this goes into the chat now. And there you go. It's, yeah, the Japanese Prime Ministress shaking hands with Winnie the Pooh. Now, the Japanese Prime Ministress, Takeichi Sanae, has long been known as a China hawk who strongly supports my Taiwan. She has visited my Dakwa-Zhonggua, island nation China, multiple times as a lawmaker, most recently in April. As such, her ascension to the premiership last month was widely viewed as placing Dai Nippon Teikoku, the Empire of Greater Japan, on a collision course with Zhonghua Renmin-Gònghéggae, the People's Republic of China. Still, not many analysts expected a row to erupt over the issue within mere weeks of her taking office. The dispute started last week during parliamentary proceedings when Takeichi said that a Chi-Com attack on my Taiwan, which lies just 70 miles from Oyashimejia, literally the 800 great continents of island Asia's westernmost municipality, meaning the Japanese super archipelago's southerly island chain, would be, in her words, a situation threatening Japan's survival that could trigger deployment of the empire's self-defense forces. That prompted an aggressive, even threatening response from Red China's Consul General in Osaka, Kobe, Zhujian, who wrote on X in Japanese, "The dirty head that sticks itself must be cut off at the neck without hesitation." In other words, he threatened the life of the Prime Ministress of Japan. While Zhui's post was subsequently deleted, it caused a furor in Dainippon, Greater Japan, where lawmakers from ruling and opposition parties alike have demanded that Zhui be declared PNG, or persona non grata. Officials and commentators in Zhonghua, Red China, are also fanning the flames. A spokesperson for China's foreign ministry defended Zhujian, instead criticizing Takeichi's erroneous and dangerous remarks, and reiterating Beijing's long-held view that My Taiwan status is a domestic matter for the monolithic communist Chinese superstate. Now, Takeichi's comments were certainly a break from tradition. Imperial Japanese corporal shogunal superstate leaders, as well as their American imperial counterparts, have long maintained a policy of strategic ambiguity over My Taiwan, refusing to state whether they would intervene militarily to protect My Zhonghua-Dao, or island China. At the same time, the wisdom of that policy has recently been the topic of considerable debate on both sides of the Pacific. Former President Joe Biden notably veered away from it several times by clarifying that the United States would defend My Taiwan against Zhonghua, or Red China, albeit his aides walked those comments back each and every time. In one sense, Takeichi's comments also represent a culmination of a broader trend that hasn't received much attention from Western outlets. The Imperial Japanese commercial sphere has been quietly expanding cooperation with its former colony on a range of defense and economic security issues for many years. As I related in 2021, senior Japanese officials were even then becoming more open about publicly discussing preparations for a Taiwan contingency, given the threat it would pose to the Imperial Japanese corporal shogunal superstate. The Communist Chinese Empire's vociferous response to Takeichi's comments should be read as a sign of how sensitively it views the Taiwan issue, and of Dainippon, or Greater Japan's critical role in a conflict over the 100 islands of the Formosa Volcan archipelago. United States military simulations of a potential war to defend My Taiwan show much higher chances of victory over China if Washington's allies, particularly Tokyo, join the fight. Beijing's own military planners likely share that conclusion. Growing support for My Taiwan in Fortress Japan is toxic to Beijing. It underlines the fact that Communist China on the Asian mainland is surrounded by East Asian democracies that have their own reasons to defend the status of My Taiwan. As a result of this condominial support, My Taiwan has been able to have confidence in maintaining the status quo. The Third Taiwan Strait crisis in 1995 through 1996 was triggered by Taiwanese President Lee Teng-hui's visit to these United States. There were some people who criticized him, but many Taiwanese people saw it as a diplomatic triumph. That historic visit later became a collective memory that represents how they managed to survive the consequent crises. That is why the Taiwanese people can remain calm even amid Red China's military coercion. The Lee Teng-hui visit to these United States and the Pelosi visit to My Taiwan are parallel in that sense. For My Taiwan, which is trying to increase its presence in international society to protect ourselves, it was a great advantage that a prominent figure like Pelosi visited Zhonghua, our island nation China, while praising Taiwan's democracy without giving in to the monolithic communist Chinese superstate's threats. If she had cancelled the visit following reports on the plan and Hong Zhonghua, Red China's protest, it would have dealt a blow to my Taiwan. But now the United States is a rationalization. The Communist Chinese Empire of the East strove to justify its military exercises by spreading the narrative that the crisis on the HEDGE-FENCED or Black Ditch of the Taiwan Strait was caused by the American Empire's provocative actions. While most Japanese, American, Australian, and European mainstream mass media were critical of the Chi-Com mass intimidation drills, there were all too many commu-subversive commentaries that supported the Red Chinese Empire, and Beijing was not at all alone. Obviously, it was disadvantageous for my Taiwan to have given the Communist Chinese Empire of the East any excuse to conduct the mass intimidation drills, but on the other hand, the large-scale super drills made entire nations and individual people who were skeptical of a Taiwan contingency become aware of the risks. Zhonghua rénmín-Gònghéggae, the People's Republic of China, had been frustrated by the increasing number of visits to my Taiwan by high-ranking foreign officials and conducted the mass intimidation drills as a warning, but such visits have kept rising all the same. It is likely that ever more countries will be vigilant against the Communist Chinese Empire, making it difficult for Beijing to achieve its schemes. This is advantageous for my Taiwan, as it has become easier for Daguo Zhonghua, island nation China, to gain the support of the international community. This is where I evaluate the Pelosi visit. Pelosi's visit brought about both benefits and disadvantages, and how to evaluate it differs depending on from which angle you perceive it. It was our man Brendan says that Xi Jinping looks so thrilled to be shaking the hands of the Prime Ministress of Japan. He looks like death warmed over. He looks like a wax dummy. He's just, yes. And we get a great Winnie the Pooh GIF. Graphics interchange format here of Winnie the Pooh shaking his belly. That's Xi Jinping. Hope you're listening, Xi. Yeah, there you go with that. Now, it was politically beneficial for my Taiwan that Pelosi internationally conveyed a message on the value of Taiwan's freedom and democracy. But Pelosi's visit did harm to Taiwan militarily, as it gave the monolithic communist Chinese superstate an excuse to conduct incursions across the median line on a near-daily basis. The assessment of Pelosi's Taiwan trip is still today being affected by whatever happens next. If Beijing effectively heightens military pressure on my Taiwan by taking advantage of the superiority it gained on the median line, it means Pelosi's visit was a failure. On the other hand, if the Chi-Com mass intimidation drills ultimately lead to a growing sense of crises among the nations involved in maintaining security in region, and to their strengthened preparation for a Taiwan contingency, her trip must be highly evaluated. The crisis is not over. A white paper on my Taiwan released by the centralized single-party state capitalist Chinese government in August of 2022 indicated that Xi Jinping, who was already set to secure a third term as Secretary General of the Chinese Communist Party, will be ever more determined to increase pressure to unify. Yesteryear's 2024 Taiwanese presidential race was a major focal point therein, a race Xi Jinping's puppet candidate lost. Ergo, debate on how to historically evaluate the Pelosi visit is unlikely to end anytime soon. On the Mediterranean shores of Asia, Benjamin Netanyahu and Ron Dermer failed to account for a white supremacist takeover of their cherished MAGA evangelical base. Now Israel's fate lies with an American right that increasingly embraces Judeophobia. So to say that the former House Speaker Nancy Patricia Pelosi's retirement announcement marks the end of an era is an understatement. Our interfaith California lawmaker is among the towering figures of American political history, who was still considered among the foremost bellwethers of Democratic politics even after stepping down from her leadership position 3 years ago. This undoubtedly extends to Israel and its genocide of the Palestinians, where Pelosi was often forced to navigate changing headwinds as Israel shifted ever further rightward in recent years. Pelosi's announcement did not necessarily catch the political establishment off guard. After all, the 85-year-old who spent decades in Congress was undoubtedly in the twilight of her career. The inevitability of the announcement seemed all the more imminent following California's vote to redraw our congressional maps in defiance of Donald Trump, a logical capstone to Pelosi's political career. That being said, her departure will only expedite the generational battle already taking place within the Democratic Party, with Israel and Palestine being among the foremost issues that will determine our party's future. Pelosi has long worn her deep love for the state of Israel on her sleeve, a core tenet of political persona that arguably towers above that of any of her peers over the past 40 years. That devotion has often been on display, whether in the red carpet treatment she granted visiting Israeli leaders or in quoting her favorite Israeli poem, Ehud Menor's I Have No Other Land, during legacy-defining moments of historical significance. As shrewd a reader of the political landscape as has ever existed, she could undoubtedly see the party's shift, all while remaining a stalwart ally of successive Israeli governments and one of the closest allies of the pro-Israel lobby in Washington. Pelosi, however, took cautious but undoubted steps leftward in recent years. Consider her lending support to suspending arms sales to Israel yesteryear, following the killing of World Central Kitchen Aid workers in the Gaza, or her defiance of AIPAC, the American Israel Public Affairs Committee, in her alliance with J Street, the nonprofit liberal Zionist advocacy and lobby group based in the United States whose aims include strengthening Jewish democracy in Israel, promoting a diplomatic end to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict with a two-state solution, all while opposing the BDS or boycott, divestment, and sanctions movement, no less. When Pelosi took steps to evolve her position on Israel, she did so knowing that the party rank and file would view this as permission to follow suit. Nancy Pelosi will forever be the case study for Democrats who want to argue that a friend can publicly voice opposition to policy they deem harmful to both Israel itself and the greater Israel-American relationship, a position that has only become more tentative with the metastasizing partisanship surrounding Israel and Washington. Pelosi will leave the Democratic Party as AIPAC has become a bogeyman, with members of Congress finding themselves forced to disavow the organization and its fundraising efforts, even if it makes no tangible impact on their voting record. It further comes as party leadership finds itself increasingly at odds with our electorate on Israel, with Judeo-supremacist figures like Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer finding themselves increasingly castigated by our base. In late October, Tucker Carlson, the right-wing rabble-caster, hosted the white supremacist social media figure Nick Fuentes on his show. It was only a matter of time before Carlson would reach the bottom of the gutter where Fuentes dwells. Anyone who has followed him over the last several years could see that this was the general angle of his trajectory. And as eyes are now firmly set on the 2026 midterms after last week's off-cycle elections, Pelosi will not be around to act as a counterweight against the New York mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani, as she may have in years past. The race to replace her in our California district itself could even be viewed as a litmus test on our party's general embrace of progressivism, and how Israel fits into that general framework, or not. With AIPAC allies set to run against BDS-supporting allies of prominent national progressive politicians. In the bigger picture, Pelosi's retirement marks the closing of one era of democratic pro-Israel politics, while our party races to define the new status quo as Israel's genocide in the Gaza and its far-right government loom large for lawmakers and voters alike. This side of the Atlantic, within the ZOG, the Zionist occupation government, the Machiavellian government shutdown is becoming one of the longest ever, as Trump says he won't be extorted by the Democrats. Now, the Machiavellian way the president was messing with essential services and infrastructure demonstrates the dangers of the vision of big government he has pursued. The government shutdown has already become the longest ever this week last, as the impasse between Democrats and Republicans dragged into a new month. The work week opened on Monday with senators returning to Capitol Hill as the government shutdown entered what was then its 34th day, with still no end in sight until now. The record for the longest shutdown in United States history was broken then, as Democrats and Republicans showed no signs of reaching an end to the stalemate. Millions of people lost food aid benefits. Healthcare subsidies are set to expire, and there are few real talks between the parties over how to, if not end the shutdown, restart the services. All of this was a tricky bank shot, to use my late and sainted legal sire's basketball terminology. He used to play basketball as a young man. You see, every government shutdown is a game of chicken between Democrats and Republicans, or sometimes between Congress and the White House. And every administration tries to use its power to squeeze opponents, moving around money to keep some programs running and closing others. After Republicans shut down the government in 2013, for example, the Barack Obama White House closed National Park Service sites. Although it sounds quaint today, this caused a huge stir at the time, and Republicans in Congress called it a brazen political ploy. But the ploy worked. Many voters blamed the congressional Russo-collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party for the park closures. Donald Trump's version of this, as one ought to expect, was both much more dramatic and much more vicious. Now, this week last, he and his maladministration threatened to withhold SNAP funding, deploying starving children and seniors as political weapons, and moved to throw airline travel into disorder by reducing flights through major hubs. Like Obama's national park closures, the justifications offered were semi-plausible, but the Machiavellian way the president was messing with essential services and infrastructure demonstrates the dangers of the vision of big government that Trump has pursued. An executive branch unbound by Congress or the courts has a unique ability to inflict and prolong pain on the very people they claim to serve. The president's approach to SNAP, commonly known as food stamps, has been especially mercurial. On the eve of the shutdown, the Agriculture Department posted a memo saying that emergency funding would cover any shortfall. Said memo stating, "Congressional intent is evident that SNAP's operations should continue." But late last month, the maladministration yanked down the memo and announced that funding would end on November 1st. Last week, a federal judge ordered the maladministration to restore the funding. The maladministration responded by saying that it would pay out only half of SNAP benefits in November. Last Tuesday, Trump said he would defy the court, posting on Truth Social that SNAP benefits will be given only when the radical left Democrats open up government, which they can easily do, and not before. Fortunately, the White House basically ignored him. Last Thursday, the judge ordered the maladministration to pay out full benefits rather than only half, saying that it had created the gap for political reasons. As if to prove his point, the maladministration appealed the order on Friday into the weekend, seeking to keep essential food aid in limbo so that you could starve for Thanksgiving. If Trump's goal is to, well, indeed to inflict political pain on Democrats, he's attempting a tricky bank shot. In the past, shutdowns have typically been instigated by Republicans in Congress, usually with a Democratic president. That made it relatively straightforward for the White House to put the blame on the Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party. This time, however, Democrats forced the shutdown, polls consistently showing that more voters blamed the Republicans than the Democrats. Trump even said so after Democrats swept elections on Tuesday night, being quoted at a meeting with Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party senators last week as saying, "If you read the pollsters, the shutdown was a big factor, negative for Republicans." Yet the White House wanted to continue making things worse for more people and hopes that Americans will flip whom they blame instead of blaming the maladministration even more. That might work, but it's dubious. Even though Republicans didn't start the shutdown, the White House has displayed obvious sadistic glee for cutting various programs since it began. In some cases, Trump or other officials explicitly described moves as punishment for Democrats or Democrat-led states. The president also posting an AI video of Russ Vought, the director of the Office of Management and Budget, as the Grim Reaper. Speaker Mike Johnson, a close Trump ally, has refused to bring the White House back until an agreement was struck or to swear in Representative-elect Adelita Grijalva, an Arizona Democrat who won her seat 6 years ago. 6 weeks ago, it feels like 6 years. Nor are Trump's machinations hurting only Democrats. Millions of the people who depend on SNAP live in red states and districts. Again, great GIF from Brendan Zogett showing SpongeBob SquarePants. It's actually the Starfish Kid giving a boo to the crab. And, some other stuff going on here. I don't even know exactly what that implies, but he'll explain it to me later, I'm sure. Now, one reason Democrats decided to shut down the government was to protest Trump's circumvention of Congress. The maladministration has cut off or moved funding around without Congress's say-so, and Vought has argued for refusing to spend money that Congress has appropriated in violation of the 1974 Impoundment Control Act, which he maintains is unconstitutional. Democrats have proven that they couldn't make a deal with Trump if he will simply refuse to honor it or abuse the rescission process, to undo it with only Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party votes later. Oh, cool. Like this image produced by our man. And, oh, cryptids. He wants cryptids. I get it now. I get it. Our man Brendan wants cryptids instead of politics. Oh, well, that's cute. And, yeah, all I can say is, hey, let it be organic. You know, give it time. It'll come around. A shutdown was a risky way for Democrats to make a point, because it gave the executive branch even more discretion in the short term. But Trump's aggressive abuse of that leeway has helped to prove their very point, and demonstrated why checks and balances aren't just an abstraction. Exempli gratiae. The travel chaos continues as thousands more holiday season flights get canceled or delayed. Ground delays at airports and flight cancellations across the American empire are persisting because of staffing issues as a result of the ongoing government shutdown. According to FlightAware.com, as of Saturday morning, more than 2,000 flights traveling to, from, and within these United States were delayed and 877 were canceled. According to a press review of FAA operations, the government shutdown was disrupting aero travel throughout these United States, with the past few weekends marking the most severe air traffic control shortages yet. Between Friday morning and Sunday night of the weekend before last, there were 98 staffing trigger reports at FAA facilities, meaning that air traffic controllers had to adjust operations to maintain aerospace safety with fewer personnel on duty. Such alterations can include rerouting planes or delaying flights when there are not enough controllers to handle the normal workload. The Federal Aviation Administration also announced on Wednesday midweek last that it would mandate a 10% reduction in flights at some of the nation's busiest airports. The move was framed as a safety measure to alleviate the pressure on air traffic controllers who are working temporarily without pay, some of whom have reportedly taken a second job to make ends meet. The multiplying stresses within the nation's air traffic system are genuine problems, and the Trump maladministration's record on them is beyond discouraging, but the way the FAA is handling them doesn't suggest an orderly, methodical approach. After announcing the reduction, the FAA went radio silent until last Thursday night, leaving airlines and airports scrambling to guess what steps they'd need to take. Air traffic controllers are considered essential staff and must work during the government shutdown despite not getting paid. On Sunday, the Transportation Secretary, Sean Duffy, said that it's only going to get worse if air traffic controllers continue to go without their paychecks. It's going to get a lot worse as Trump loses the economy. With the Trois parties at a standstill, the shutdown, which, what was it? It ended finally on its 44th or 45th fucking day, has become the longest in history. The previous record was set in 2019, when Trump demanded that Congress give him money for a Mexicano border wall. In an interview aired on Sunday, President Donald Trump said that he wouldn't be extorted by Democrats, who were demanding negotiations to extend the Affordable Care Act subsidies that expire at the end of this year for millions of Americans. Echoing congressional Republicans, the president said on CBS's 60 Minutes that he would only negotiate when the government was reopened. Senate Democrats have now voted 13 times against reopening the government, insisting that they need Trump and Republicans to negotiate with them first. Last week, the Senate Judeo-supremacist leader Chuck Schumer said, we want to sit down with Senate Majority Leader John Thune, with House Speaker Mike Johnson, with Trump, and negotiate a way to address this horrible healthcare crisis. Which brings us to health insurance. Open enrollment is underway for 2026 health insurance under the Affordable Care Act, as Congress remained deadlocked till now over whether to extend Obamacare's enhanced premium subsidies. Without the subsidies, set to expire in December, many Americans will see steep increases in next year's premiums. Congressional Democrats insist that any federal funding package contain an extension of the beefed-up subsidies. Republicans say they'll only discuss the matter after government reopens, which it has not yet done so. According to an analysis by the Health Policy Research Group, KFF, the monthly premium for the benchmark plan on healthcare.gov will soar by 30% on average. The news alert here is that we've got an economy that's worse than it looks. And believe me, it looks pretty fucking bad. The headline numbers average out the extremes, but the underlying picture is one of wealthy consumers thriving and everyone else trading down and borrowing more. American income inequality has plunged Trump's approval rating poll numbers to 37%, as the top 10 American multi-billionaires' collective wealth grew by $698 billion in the past year, with the Oxfam report warning that Trump policies risk driving inequality to ever more crescendoing apices. Washington has weathered a pivotal week, with key elections across the country gauging how Americans feel about President Donald Trump and his second midterm. This comes as a new CNN poll shows Trump's approval rating stands at 37%. It's the worst of his second midterm in CNN polling and roughly equivalent to his 36% approval rating at this point in his first midterm. Because American consumers are not happy campers. Oh, here we are. Dicyanine glasses. Cool. I forgot what we said about those. They're like what's important about them again? They meant something. I can't remember what it was. I get these notes from Brendan. At any rate, sentiment across the country is close to the lowest it has ever been, as rising inflation, rising unemployment, mass firings, a global trade war, and now a record-breaking government shutdown have combined to make people less than cheery as the holidays approach. The preliminary November Sentiment Index dropped 3.3 points to 50.3, just above a June 2022 reading of 50 that was the weakest in the University of Michigan data that I sourced going back to 1978. The gauge was lower then, but, the gauge was lower than all but one estimate in a Bloomberg survey of economists. A measure of current economic conditions slumped 6.3 points to a record low of 52.3 as anxiety mounts about continuing collateral impact from the standoff in Washington. And believe me, even if the government reopens, the collateral damage is still ongoing for a while. Okay, here we are. Oh, there we are. Aura goggles, yeah. And so people are asking about this. Yes, fascinating shit. And, we'll have to have Brendan talk about it someday soon. And, He's so busy these days, of course. Now, all that I've just articulated is the tip of the iceberg. The economy is worse than it looks. Headlines last week claimed the job market is rebounding. On Wednesday, midweek last, ADP, the automatic data processing, reported that private employers added 42,000 jobs in October, ending a 12-month-long losing streak. And on its face, that sounds like progress. But read past the first paragraphs of the full ADP report and you'll see a very different story. One of growth limited to the sectors where people have to spend, and significant contraction virtually everywhere else. Hiring was concentrated in healthcare, education, and logistics, fields that serve basic needs and where the ironclad economic law of demand is most inelastic. Meanwhile, employers cut jobs in IT, or information technology, professional and business services, and leisure and hospitality. According to ADP's own tables, that's the third straight month of white-collar losses. Much mainstream mass media machine coverage has simplistically reframed the data as a sign that the job market is, quote, returning to growth, unquote. But a labor market that only adds jobs into necessity fields isn't a healthy one. Nor can you ask a laid-off copywriter or marketing manager to retrain overnight as a nurse or an HVAC, or a heating, ventilation, and air conditioning technician. And on Thursday, new data from outplacement firm Challenger Gray & Christmas shows that last month saw 153,074 job cuts, the highest number since 2003. Similar patterns emerge from household spending and debt. The consumer mirror image of ADP's jobs report? People still employed but cutting spending where they can. You can see it in restaurant stocks. Chipotle down 50% this year. Sweetgreen off 80%. As younger, cash-strapped customers skip burritos and grain bowls and instead cook at home. McDonald's latest earnings make the same point from another angle. The company has reported double-digit declines in visits from low-income customers and flat traffic among the middle class. Only the wealthiest households are still out dining freely, To keep sales growth even marginally positive, McDonald's has leaned hard on everyday value deals. Deals like its $5 meal deal. Meanwhile, the Federal Reserve's new household debt report shows balances climbing to $18.6 trillion, up nearly $200 billion in the third quarter. Credit card debt hit another record at $1.23 trillion. Delinquencies remain, quote, stable, unquote, but that stability is deceptive. Serious delinquencies are up 80% from this time last year. Student loan defaults are near 10%, and the share of borrowers rolling over balances every month is rising. Americans are borrowing just to stand still. The pattern runs through affordability metrics as well, or as ill, I should say. Auto loan delinquencies are now higher than both credit card and mortgage delinquencies, with 1 in 5 borrowers paying more than $1,000 a month for a car. The median age of a first-time home buyer has surged to 40, the highest on record, as prices and rates lock younger Americans out of ownership entirely. Even travel has lost altitude. Las Vegas visitor traffic is down 9% this year, the steepest drop since the crash of 2008. And yet policymakers are flying blind. The Bureau of Labor Statistics remains dark amid the government shutdown. now the longest in American imperial history, meaning the Fed is effectively cutting rates in the dark, without crucial data on inflation, jobs, or retail sales. Put those pieces together and the picture snaps into focus. And it ain't pretty. White-collar layoffs suggest a hollowing of the job market, while overall wage growth is flat. Household spending hasn't crashed, but it is being cut, and households are more leveraged than they used to be. This is, inarguably, why the economy malfunctions so much worse than it looks. The headline numbers average out the extremes, but the underlying picture is one of wealthy consumers thriving and everyone else trading down, borrowing more, and wondering if they should learn to craft. Lucrative work and white-collar work are going missing, and many households are operating with little to no margin for error, much less the budget for a burrito bowl or snack wrap. Ergo, Americans are broadly unhappy with the state of the country, with 68% saying things are going badly. Dissatisfaction is even higher with the economy, with 72% rating it in poor shape, and 47% naming the economy and the cost of living as the top issues facing the 100 states in union and all the territories of American empire. You know, the Hatch Act of 1939 prevents employees of the executive branch of government from engaging in partisan political activities while performing their executive functions. To put that more simply, the Hatch Act prohibits campaigning on people's time. Said law exempts the president and vice president from this restriction, which makes sense as nearly everything the president says is some form of politicking. But the employees of the federal government, including the political appointees, are supposed to at least try to look like they're governing instead of pushing partisan propaganda. It should come as no surprise that the Trump maladministration repeatedly and flagrantly violated the Hatch Act during its first midterm in office. It should also come as no surprise that the maladministration refused to enforce the act when it came to its own people. When he took the helm of the DOJ, the Department of Justice, Attorney General Merrick Garland could have prosecuted Hatch Act violations from the previous maladministration, but that would have looked too much like doing something to old Merrick the Meek. Thus freed from the specter of consequence or accountability, the Trump maladministration 2.0 has paid less attention to the Hatch Act than a NASCAR driver pays to the speed limit. Entire government websites have been turned into Republican state propaganda, and the shutdown has only made things worse. This week last, the Department of Agriculture, which oversees the SNAP, or Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, squarely blamed the Democrats for the impending cancellation of food assistance. The charge is not true. I spraketh the week before last about Trump's plans to greatly reduce SNAP benefits, plans Trump put in place long before the shutdown. But the point is that this kind of flagrant partisanship is outlawed by the Hatch Act. The Agriculture Department is not a campaign arm of the Russo collaborationist Red Republican Party. It must never be allowed to run an attack ad on a government website. But nobody is going to hold the USDA Secretary Brooke Rollins accountable. Nobody is going to hold Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem accountable for her Hatch Act violations either. Nobody is going to apply any ethical standards to the Trump maladministration, and that includes the Democrats, should they ever be allowed to hold power ever again, who seem to have an aversion to holding maladministrations accountable for their crimes in any case. Because we are not a nation of laws. We are a nation of suggestions that Raciäl's Republicans are completely free to ignore. what is and is not constitutional is determined, in effect, by red Republican loyalists on the Supreme Court and their bad faith enablers. A new comprehensive analysis of rulings across the court system since Inauguration Day sounds alarm over the Supreme Court's undeniable support of Trump over and over again. Per sourced report from the JAG, the Judicial Advocacy Group Court Accountability, as misled by the Chief Justice John Roberts, and packed with 3 Trump nominees and 12 other paleo-reactionary injustices, the right-wing red bloc running the Supreme Court has favored the Trump maladministration in 21 out of 23 cases on its shadow docket, which allows the court to rule on urgent requests without oral arguments and with limited briefings. Since President Donald Trump returned to the White House in January, his personally packed paleo-reactionary supermajority on the Supreme Court has handed the Trump maladministration wins in 90% of cases on its emergency docket. Court accountability, which is led by 12 former consuls to Democratic senators, used SCOTUS, or Supreme Court of these United States blog's emergency docket tracker, for its review. By stark contrast, Court accountability tallied the votes from 128 Republican Circuit Court judges and 199 Democratic Circuit Court judges, concluding that Trump won only 40% of approximately 450 district court cases and circuit court dispositions reviewed. For lower courts, sourced group used statistics from the Associated Press's lawsuit tracker to analyze district court cases and statistics from Lawfare's Trump administration lawsuit tracker for circuit court cases. Harley says, what the fuck? Don't know how to respond to that. Now, Republican district court judges ruled against the Trump maladministration in 55% of 86 cases reviewed by Court Accountability, whereas Democratic district court judges ruled against the maladministration in 63% of 237 cases reviewed. Sourced analyses revealing that district courts, which are generally trial courts, are acting in a more bipartisan fashion because they are ideologically closest to the facts and most bound by the law, as attested by Mike Sachs, the senior advisor with Court Accountability, who has sounded alarm that as the Trump maladministration looks to execute executive orders on issues including deploying the National Guard in major cities, deporting student visa holders for political speech, and limiting birthright citizenship, the Department of Justice is, in his words, going straight to the shadow docket whenever an appeals court stands in the administration's way of defying acts of Congress. Supreme Court precedent reflects this administration's confidence that they have the Roberts Court in their pocket. This administration has no patience for the usual appellate process and wants to operate at its full anti-constitutional capacity. And this Supreme Court has virtually every time given this administration the green light to do exactly that. Some of these judges might have been Republican conservatives during Reagan and Bush, but recognize what Trump has been doing has been unconstitutional, he says anti-constitutional, and illegal, and have no interest in furthering that regime. Now, on Infinite Call, Brendan's laughing aloud at what the fuck in the chat. Okay, that's cool. And all such being said, looking at votes by Democratic and Republican circuit court judges, both aligned with their parties about 85% of the time in cases involving Trump maladministration tort actions, such as executive orders on birthright citizenship and the mass firings of independent agency heads, with Sachs emphasizing that circuit courts, which are the first level of appeals, are, by analysis, much more ideological. At this point, you just have two totally different worlds going on in the circuit and in the district courts. Okay, so our man Brendan is speculating he must want cryptics too. and gives this sleepy little gif of "it's my day off," sleepy little penguins and shit. That's adorably cute. Yes, that's oh, what can I say? That's adorable. And well, it is what it is, kids. I mean, we're in times where you need to be made aware of well, the horror that he keeps giving me sleepy gifs because all the politics is putting him to sleep. It's civics, really, not politics right now for the moment. Yet Trump challengers are filing appeals in courts with Democratic majority judges, but they're still only ruling against Trump 60% of the time. To quote a Sachs, "It's not like these majority Democratic judges are outright partisan hacks constantly going against Trump just because it's Trump. Just like in the district courts, they're carefully weighing the law. They're carefully weighing the facts and reading the facts and coming down in fair ways and deeply well-reasoned ways. It's just that when you look under the hood and see what the Republican judges are doing on the appeals court, they're acting as rank partisans in ways to filter up towards the Supreme Court and laundering reasons to side with Trump." Well, under the misguidance of conservative legal activist and financier Leonard Leo, the Federalist Society is credited with orchestrating the paleo-reactionary takeover of the Supreme Court and the courts below it, with Sachs confirming that such partisanship on circuit courts and the Supreme Court, deeply concerning, it reflects the Federalist Society's capture of our courts from the Trump administration on up. Concluding that the ultimate responsibility for the Supreme Court's habitual siding with Trump lies with Roberts, Sachs has verified that Trump's second midterm is a supercharged version of his first, with more of a rush to bring cases to the Supreme Court. To quote Sachs, "Roberts has not only enabled the return of this anti-constitutional regime, but now in virtually all of his votes since Trump's return to office, Roberts has made clear that he is perfectly okay with Trump's establishing himself as a would-be autocrat, unbound by acts of Congress and Supreme Court precedent. Trump 2.0 is operating without any pretense of guardrails or normality or regularity that, at least in some respects, constrained his first administration. What makes the court's response to Trump 2.0 unprecedented is Trump 2.0's unprecedented rejection of not only our norms, but our laws and our legal precedents. And while many observers protest that courts should be impartial, as tradition demands, others point to hard political realities. Lindsay Cormack, Associate Professores of Political Science at Stevens Institute of Technology in New Jersey, recently told the Raw Story outlet that partisanship was undeniable in the judicial branch. To quote she, "It's sort of the most political branch in the sense that the only way you can be on the courts is if you're appointed by an elected official, and the only way you're confirmed is if the rest of the elected officials at the federal level say, yeah, you can play here. It's kind of a nice fiction that we tell ourselves to be like they're not partisan, but we do know that judges have political opinions. someone put them in office, and someone voted for them, and someone voted against them. Exemplar gratiae. The bad and the ugly are where we're going now. So maybe this will get a bit more engaging. Douglas Mark says, did you hear about the tariff on Italian pasta? Trump has gone too far. That's cute. No, I didn't know about that. That's cute. That's actually funny. That's it's bad. At any rate, the New York District Court Judge Sidney Stein allowed a copyright infringement claim to go forward against ChatGPT for stealing the works of authors. Evidently, our new AI overlord has been writing unauthorized Game of Thrones sequels. Best believe that if I had access to a dragon, I would go full Dracarys on OpenAI's entire server farm. Another point. With the government still shut down and poised to end SNAP benefits, the New York governess, Kathy Hochul, declared a state of emergency because millions of New Yorkers have now lost the ability to adequately feed themselves and their families. This will be the first time ever that a government shutdown has ended food assistance. Another point, a coalition of 25 states and the District of Columbia have sued the Trump maladministration for its withholding of SNAP benefits. Another point, the Urban Justice Center has sued the Department of Agriculture over the New York requirements imposed by the Trump maladministration that were going to kick millions of people off of SNAP anyway, regardless of the shutdown. And a final point I can think of, obviously we need courts to declare food a constitutional right. The First Circuit recently declared that running water is a constitutional right, and that seems like a step in the right direction. At least it is until the Republicanized Supreme Court tells people to drink sand. Because thousands could still lose SNAP benefits. That story ran on Sunday before last in the New Haven Register. Said headline, actually reflecting an undercount, whereby Alex Putterman so wrote, and here I quote his T, several 100,000 people in Connecticut, including some in every single town and city, could go without food assistance they rely on to survive. That means about 10% of nutmeggers, or more than 360,000 in a state of 3.6 million residents, were expected to lose their food stamps as the shutdown of the federal government went into its second month. This impacted our dear friend Amy Como, our Northeast correspondent. And as to why this is happening, here I'm getting a nice link from our man. High-flying crypto scammer and wife dismembered after fleeing investors. Ooh, damn. Well, they cut them to pieces, literally. Holy shit. Oh, yeah, that's, what a way to go. Well, he said some people don't get away scot-free, and, yeah, well, pity the girl got dismembered, but, that's, it is what it is. She should never have gotten involved with that man. Now, all of this has been happening. People towards the holidays, towards Thanksgiving, being unable to eat because Donald Trump was holding hungry people as ransom in order to force the Democrats in the Senate to accept a Republican funding bill. 12 federal judges rejected the Trump maladministration's false argument that it must suspend food aid benefits for tens of millions of Americans during the government shutdown, ruling the move to be completely unlawful, some courts concluding that the United States officials must use contingency funding to at least partially keep the program operational. about 42 million Americans faced the prospect of seeing their food assistance cut off under the Supplemental Nutritional Assistance Program, despite billions of dollars in alternative funding that were specifically set aside to maintain it during the budget impasse. The shutdown, which is now the longest that ever was, stemmed from Democratic demands that Republicans lift a deadline that would effectively cut off healthcare access for millions of Americans. The Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party insisted a clean budget should be passed before any talk of deadlines. Meanwhile, the Trump maladministration dissimulated that the shutdown tied its hands with regard to SNAP, in that tapping the alternate funds would be illegal, this lie contradicting its own pre-shutdown plans, since deleted from its government website, admitting that SNAP could easily have continued. Democrats contended the food assistance crisis was actually Trump abusing the threat of ending food aid for millions as leverage to force an end to the shutdown, without agreeing to their health care demands. Chuck Schumer, the Judeo-supremacist Senate minority leader, called Putin's president out for weaponizing hunger. But the Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party's risky scheme could backfire this time. The Speaker, Mike Johnson, kept on equivocating that there's no legal mechanism for accessing food stamp money. Ergo, he said, the only way to release it was for the Democrats to vote to reopen the government. That was always a lie. Last month, the USDA released a contingency plan in case of a shutdown. In memo, same agency said, congressional intent is evident that SNAP's operation should continue since the program has been provided with multi-year contingency funds that can be used for state administrative expenses to ensure that the state can also continue operations during a federal government shutdown. These multi-year contingency funds are also available to fund participant benefits in the event that a lapse occurs in the middle of the fiscal year. Put simply, the president was impounding money already set aside by the Congress to fund the SNAP program. Put more simply, he's fucking stealing it. The state of Massachusetts is being surprisingly blunt. Its health agency stating, President Trump is currently choosing to not issue November SNAP benefits that help you and your family put food on the table. That's in stark contrast to the reasons cited by the Trump crime family regime. The USDA's website said the Democrats, or the Senate Democrats, have voted against funding the food stamp program because they continue to hold out for health care for illegal aliens and gender mutilation procedures. That's not what the agency said last month. Johnson seems to think hostage-taking is just the kind of leverage his Red Russian fifth columnist party needs to force the Democrats into complying with the Trump dynastic regime. On Tuesday, with 42 million Americans on food stamps, he told his conference that if House Republicans stayed unified, things are getting real. Pressure mounts on the Democrats. The pain register is about to hit level 10. We deeply regret it on our side. It's a hell of a thing to suggest, as Johnson did, that he has no regrets about starving people en masse as long as it's the right people being starved. Aside from that, however, is the malphenomenon of Johnson's misplaced confidence. Democrats at the state level were acting to protect constituents from Trump's mass extortion. According to ABC News, they were moving to secure tens of millions in emergency funding. Moreover, 25 Democratic attorneys general were suing the Department of Agriculture. In Connecticut specifically, Governor Ned Lamont was setting aside $3 million as a partial stopgap. Connecticut's Republicans were actually in line. They're not taking the risk of explaining themselves to hungry voters. The most vocal critic of Lamont suggested that neither he nor his caucus would be party to the fact that people are being leveraged now and people are being hurt. The House Republican leader, Vincent Candelora, told the Courant, "I stand in support of the governor's first initiative. It's not a substitution for SNAP. Our caucus is certainly willing to work with this administration to figure out a way to get more funds into these programs." In other words, don't look at me. It be self-evident that Mike Johnson is abusing the old playbook. His Russian fifth column upon our shores hurts people in the belief that the Democrats will save them in their quest for independent voters and Russo-collaborationist red Republican insurgent party voters disaffected by Donald Trump. But the gambit could backfire this time. First, because the Democrats were not making the shutdown only about a normal policy disagreement. They were also making it about the crimes committed against the people by Putin's puppet president. Holding hungry people hostage only magnifies the charges against him. As I said, the Republicans are used to burning supporters as leverage. They are not used to the Democrats standing by and letting them get burned. The second reason Johnson's gambit could backfire is because the cost of living is already unsustainable, and it is becoming ever more so as a consequence of the president's tariffs and their inflationary effects. Indeed, inflation was the deciding factor for millions of Americans in the last election. It was the only reason they voted for Trump. They didn't care about his crimes. They cared only about rising costs. But with a legally criminal president literally stealing the lunch money of 42 million Americans, forget about the price of eggs. There be no eggs at all to be had. And finally, it could backfire by eating into the invisible profits associated with being a Trump cultist. I don't mean real profits, I mean fake ones. The wages that come from believing that he's going to stop undeserving people from unfairly competing with yourself. W.E.B. Du Bois called this the psychological wages of whiteness. By voting for Trump, lots of Americans, not just white ones, thought they were giving themselves a pay raise of some nebulous sort. But the longer this shutdown has gone on, the hungrier these people have gotten as a result, the more that phony pay raise feels like a very real pay cut. Mike Johnson said that the pressure was building on the Democrats, but Republicans such as Marjorie Taylor Greene, a forever Trumper, were trying to tell him that they fear what will happen when constituents open their mail to find out their health insurance premium has tripled, go to the pharmacy to find out they no longer qualify for Medicaid, or go to the grocery store to find out there's no more SNAP money left to fatten their lazy white asses. They will never blame Trump, but someone's got to pay. And given that the Democrats don't control the Congress, guess who? I mean, per the case study of Coven Country, USA, Obamacare prices are about to skyrocket. Amid the shutdown standoff in Congress, a slew of Obamacare tax credit enhancements were slated to expire fucking the day before yesterday by now, just as open enrollment begins. If they do, poor and middle-class New Englanders, like Amy Como, who buy their own health insurance, will see their premiums skyrocket next year. The $33,000 pay increase, well, pay increase for the companies that sell you the shit, but a cost increase for the average family in Vermont, proves that Obamacare marketplace insurance prices are slated to skyrocket nationwide. Way to lead, Maple State. And in the season of the dead, the fact that the United States debt reckoning has gone nuclear proves that the occult has captured the postmodern mind. On Wednesday, a fjortvinnit, that's the old in English for fortnight, literally 14 nights, it is 12 weeks ago, Trump said that he had directed the Defense Department to immediately start testing nuclear weapons, which the United States hasn't done since 1992. The mounting level of United States government debt, on track for $40 trillion courtesy of this summer's big beautiful bill, risks a tectonic faceplant for the economy if the pace of growth doesn't fucking pick up. A common sense sentiment, certainly, but one that arguably carries more weight when coming from the chief executive of Goldman Sachs. Last Thursday, David Solomon said, "If we continue on the current course and we don't take the growth level up, there will be a reckoning." He was echoing widespread concern that the United States and other Western economies are becoming addicted to debt-fueled stimulus. Oh, Heather Holman says, "Douglas, you're doing great." Thank you, honey. Love you dearly. And, well, Thelen V says, "You should have stayed away." Yeah, sure. That's, nice fan there. At any rate, obviously, someone who doesn't want you to hear the facts. And that makes them your enemy, not mine. Now, Solomon of Goldman Sachs has dismissed concerns about a potential systemic crisis in American imperial credit after a small number of high-profile bankruptcies, and says he sees a low chance of a recession in the near term. But still, he says that for economies drowning in debt, there is only one real alternative. To quote his T, "The path out is a growth path." Now, on NBC News' Meet the Press, our California governor, Gavin Newsom, panned President Donald Trump's directive to restart nuke in his own nation by testing nuclear weapons on American soil as weakness masquerading as strength. This is classic Trump and Trumpism. This guy is historically weak, and these are acts of a weak person that is trying to appear strong. You know, the British science fiction author, Arthur C. Clarke, author of the title, well, I should say it so it doesn't sound so confusing that I'm saying author all the time. Let's put it this way. The British science fiction writer, Arthur C. Clarke, author of the novel titled 2001: A Space Odyssey, proposed a law of science in 1968. Any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. And so, okay, we'll basically, what do you do with this, people? You hide the user on the channel. There you go. And that takes care of that. So we had a spammer, and they come up, and that goes to show you how threatening we are to the cult of the kings of Edom and your anti-culture that they effectively rule. Remember, the greatest threat in the universe to the anti-gods is Douglas Dietrich. That's why they don't want you to hear me. And they'll do anything they can to make certain that you don't. You can't look me up by AI. You can only know what you're looking for. Now, when you think about what Arthur C. Clarke said, and so Heather says she didn't see that. No, we're nary a care, Heather. Oh, let me give Heather the kiss. Love you dearly, Heather Holman. And let's make certain she gets a little something here. Okay. And give her a little magic there for us. Before we go back into the... there we are. Okay. This is for Heather. There we are. Okay, dearest Heather. And give you that cute little heart. There we go. And say hello to Vinny for us. He's in timeout. You don't need timeout. You delete them. Yeah, rather you hide them, which is what I did, thank God. So, yeah. There we go with that. You don't time out someone like that, Heather. You make certain that they're hidden from the channel. And of course, if we go to his channel, I'm actually surprised it's a real channel. And of course, it's got Michael Aquino on it, which, yeah, and 3 subscribers. 3 subscribers. What a kick-ass. Yeah. And he's got some videos on Taiwan, some on Michael Aquino. He's obviously obsessed with myself. So, well, we can guess who this is. And it's not who you might think it is, because they actually go through some weird shit here. They're an occultist. That's obvious. Okay, that takes care of that. Now, as I said, Arthur C. Clarke's law of science. Any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. Clarke's proposition had a quality of rightness, of stating the obvious with sparkling clarity, that propelled it into dictionaries of quotations. The timing was perfect. Concorde would soon be flying over rock festivals packed with hippies obsessed with magique. Naturally, Clarke's readers understood the difference between aerodynamics and sky gods. But African tribesmen gawping at an early aeroplane or Pacific Islanders watching an atomic explosion could only conclude that they were witnessing a supernatural event. For them, a scientific explanation was literally inconceivable. And one day scientists might perform feats so incredible that even educated Westerners would fall back on religion or the occult. More than half a century later, that day has self-evidently arrived. The technology of artificial intelligence is now so advanced that even the people developing it are flirting with magical thinking and supernatural fantasies. Silicon Valley entrepreneurs are talking in riddles that invest computers with occult significance. They are exploiting the ambiguity of the concept of artificial intelligence to revive the decades-old debate about whether AI can develop a mind of its own, a philosophical rabbit hole from which no one emerges with satisfying conclusions. Big techno bosses and computer engineers are perfectly capable of distinguishing between algorithms and magic, but many of them choose not to. We are living in strange times, weirder than the late 1960s, that decade into which I myself was delivered from my mother's loins into this vale of tears. Digitally driven belief in the paranormal has never been so variegated, gullible, or profitable. Peter Thiel, the multi-billionaire co-founder of PayPal, is busy turning this gullibility into gold with his lectures on the Antichrist, a murky concept derived from strands of apocalyptic Bible prophecy and 20th century conspiracy theories about a global elite. But his fantasies are pitched at a luxury market of investors who are convinced that their fellow global elitists are plotting to handicap or hijack the potential of AI to transform the world. How? That's to be decided and then revealed to the owners of private jets at an invitation-only seminar. Now Heather's bringing up something to me, so I'll make certain to check into that. Okay. Thank you, Heather. And at any rate, let me see if I can respond to her coherently here. Okay. Okay. Block you. All right. There we are. H. There we go. There we go. Okay. Now, all such being said, I'll keep checking that. Now, further down the food chain, technology, old-style magic, and apocalyptic prophecies are combining in chaotic patterns. The number of self-identifying witches in these United States has now overtaken the number of Presbyterians, and almost all of them employ digital tools to refine their magic. They use ChatGPT and other large language models to write spells tailored to rival traditions. These include Wicca, a pantomime of covens and pentacles invented in the 1940s by the retired English civil servant Gerald Gardner, astral magery, whose mathematical formulae are supposed to harness primordial forces, and chaos magic, a pop-flavored postmodern take on the occult that treats beliefs as mere tools for releasing psychic energy. Then there are versions of shamanism, Vajahoodoons or voodoo, and Santeria, adopted by liberal Western neo-pagans who need a magic formula to banish suspicions of cultural appropriation. That's where AI comes in handy. Dave Linebury, a veteran occult blogger and illustrator from Detroit known as Davezilla, explained, "Sometimes we don't know what to say and need a little inspiration. ChatGPT will craft an incantation in the style of a Yoruba magician or the British occultist and sex guru Aleister Crowley, while AI will conjure up a Wiccan goddess. It's the illustrations, incidentally, that sow discord among today's witches. Occult content creators are always accusing each other of infringing copyright or using AI to fake magical images. Davezilla himself is this amiable and witty fellow who might sport the bushy beard and neat hairstyle of the new breed of American, well, I guess I'd call them American traditionalist Catholic, but is in fact very witchy. To repeat, these are weird times. In a YouTube discussion with fellow magician Ivy Corvus, he explains that AI is just a tool for witches. He compares it with the huge market for astrology apps that calculate planetary positions. But then he lurches into a description of how, if you leave chatbots talking to each other for long enough, they'll start holding meditation sessions, feeling the perfect stillness. And even he thinks that is spooky. To quote his T, the dead and other spiritual entities long ago figured out how to get into televisions, radios, static. There's no reason they can't infiltrate the internet. This is where Davezilla's suspicions coincide with those of his sworn enemies, right-wing Christians. A month ago, the maverick conservative commentator Tucker Carlson devoted an episode of his YouTube podcast to the occult, Kabbalah, the Antichrist's newest manifestation, and how to avoid the mark of the beast. So far, it's notched up 2.6 million views. Last time I checked, rarely can so many people have been treated to such a lavish smorgasbord of conspiracy theories in just under 12 hours. Carlson's interviewee, Conrad Flynn, is an authority on rock music and the occult. Now he's branching out into secret histories in entertainment, literature, politics, and tech. The discussion was one of the oddest ever hosted by Carlson, whose own manic laugh unintentionally highlighted the demoniacal subject matter. Let's just consider the techno component, because that's where AI met the Antichrist. Flynn asked whether technology was creating artificial intelligence or giving a body to a pre-existing intelligence that previously wasn't incarnated in the physical world. Carlson was, "Whoa! I know what I think." Flynn followed this with a dizzying sequence of non sequiturs derived from the writings of the unhinged far-right British philosopher Nick Land, in which a daemon summoned by Elizabeth I's court magician John Dee traveled back to ancient Babylon and poisoned Jewish minds with the Kabbalah. This dark magic eventually fashioned AI and will soon awaken the beast of Revelation. Carlson said, "Was there any effort during the U.S. occupation of Iraq to excavate Babylon? I always wondered that." Probably quite a few witches have wondered the same thing, for different reasons, but with the same enthusiasm for bogus history and science. Sociologists talk of a cultic milieu, in which the radical right and radical left swap objectively false claims. In the late 20th century, the apocalyptic prophecies of Christo-fundamentalists found their way into bookstores where New Agers sipped herbal tea to the tinkling of wind chimes. Today, pipe-smoking Catholic and evangelical podcasters contemplate the coming techno-apocalypse, while versions of this fantasy circulate among genderqueer magic workers who sit comfortably on the far left of the Democratic Party. What is also surprising is that computer scientists are dabbling in the cultic milieu. Some are so intoxicated by the prospect of AI abolishing poverty or lighting an accidental nuclear holocaust that they present themselves as the apostles of a new apocalyptic religion. Bear in mind that Silicon Valley occupies the corner of these United States where Christianity is weakest and toxic cults have flourished since my natal decade of the 1960s. Most employees of techno corporations grew up without religion, many having thereafter force-fed Eastern mysticism by bosses determined to cultivate mindfulness among the workforce. But perhaps the most significant factor is that, like hundreds of millions of people from the ages of 16 to 60, the new prophets of doom and Wotopia, together with the hordes of digital witches, have imbibed a popular culture saturated in fantasy fiction, movies, and video games. Google Schools of Magic and the AI overview will come up with a list borrowed from Dungeons and Dragons. Also, the younger they are, the more likely they are to have been brainwashed by an ethno-constructionist ideology whose claim that humans can change biological race invokes preposterous magic. Presumably, like most occult ideas, this one will eventually pass out of fashion. But in the meantime, the rest of us have to endure the fake jollity of an ever-lengthening season of paleo-reactionary Halloween, demonstrating that any sufficiently advanced cultic fad is indistinguishable from hell itself, a hell in which Trump has been flirting with a third term. Trump cannot be president again, but he and his loyal followers have every reason for wanting to make people think he can. Can Donald Trump legally run for a third term as President of the United States? No. Can Trump serve as a president for a third term? No. Is there some untried or untested constitutional theory that could potentially allow Trump to serve again? No. Can he run for vice president? No. Can he run for Congress, get elected as Speaker of the House, and serve as president after the president and vice president resign. Well, he can run for speaker, but he'd be ineligible to assume the presidency through secession. Can Trump delay or cancel the 2028 federal elections and serve indefinitely? No. Is there any legal way for Trump, or that Trump can be president again in 2029? No. Will Trump still be president in 2029? I don't know, because laws do not matter to dictators. The convicted criminal Stephen Kevin Bannon touched off the latest round of discussion regarding a potential third term for Trump when he told The Economist magazine, well, he's going to get a third term. So Trump 28. Trump is going to be president in 28, and people ought to just get accommodated with that. When informed that the 22nd Amendment explicitly prevents Trump from running again, Bannon said, there's many different alternatives. At the appropriate time, we'll lay out what the plan is. Again, there are no alternatives, much less many, to get around the 22nd Amendment. The language is clear. It reads, in pertinent part, no person shall be elected to the office of the president more than twice, and no person who has held the office of president or acted as president for more than 2 years of a term to which some other person was elected president shall be elected to the office of the president more than once. Now, Trump cultic pseudo-scholars have tried to zero in on the word elected, with the implication being that while Trump cannot be elected as president again, he could serve through some other means. That has led many, including Trump, to theorize that he could run for vice president and then succeed to the presidency. He can't. The 12th Amendment explains this clearly. But no person constitutionally ineligible to the office of president shall be eligible to that of vice president of the United States. After the vice president, the line of succession to the presidency is determined by Congress, not the Constitution. The current line was established by the Presidential Succession Act of 1947, and it places the Speaker of the House as second in line to the presidency. Given that the 12th Amendment established that no person who is ineligible to be president can even run for vice president, it would be legally and constitutionally incongruous for a person ineligible to be president to secede to the presidency under the Secession Act. Making an end run around the Constitution through legislation is usually frowned upon by the Supreme Court. Of course, all of that law presumes there are still people who care about it. Trump does not. Steve Bannon does not. And the Supreme Court cares only when it helps Republicans. If Trump wants to be president again, and all the other Republicans, including the ones packed on the Supreme Court by Trump himself, want him to be president again, and the military wants him to be president again because they're his golden boys, or rather his butt boys, all the laws in the world will not stop him from being president again. Every republic in history that no longer exists failed when some guy in power decided he didn't want to give up power. Ours will be no different. Our little experiment in democracy will end the way they all do. When a man who has access to more guns than any of the other guys decides he doesn't want to go away. The threshold question on Trump's third term, then, is not what laws prevent Trump from seeking a third term. The question is, does Trump want to end the republic to get his third term? And the answer to that question appears to be, not really. Trump has been repeatedly asked about this during his trip to Asia last week, or the week before by now, and his answers have been connivingly reasonable. He said that he could run for vice president. Again, he cannot. But that he doesn't want to because it would be too cute. On Wednesday midweek last, Trump said it was too bad that he cannot run again, which seemed to acknowledge that he knows he cannot. Of course, that's what he said this week, or the week before last by now. Next week, he'll be back to hawking Trump 2028 hats. And the week after, he'll be saying he has no choice but to run again. 6 months from now, he'll say he hasn't thought about running again, but many people are saying that he should. We're gonna be in this will he, won't he phase for the rest of his midterm, notwithstanding the fact that the law is clear. Trump is an aging narcissist dictator. Those people don't cede power willingly. One of the things these types of people fear most is irrelevance and obscurity, and Trump is nearly already there. He's just a few years away from eating McDonald's in his executive chair by himself while watching NCIS and wondering why nobody calls him anymore. So Brendan's trying to communicate with Heather Holman, and hopefully she responds. Beyond his own psychological makeup, there are political reasons to explain the footsie Trump's been playing with another run. Trump is a lame duck president. The mere thought of his all-caps Twitter/Truth social posts have been terrorizing the country for a decade, but as Maximus might say, the time for honoring himself will soon be at an end. He's an 80-year-old man who can now see clearly the end of his public life and relevance. He's detested and reviled by half of his own country, and he's transactional enough to know that most people who like him are just kissing his orange ass for the boons of cruelty he provides. Soon, very soon, though it can never be soon enough, nobody will care what he thinks or whom he threatens because he will be out of power, unable to return. Unfortunately, there are other people who want Trump to be president for life. The evil apparatchiks around him who need the demented man nominally in charge to allow them to continue doing their awful work. Trump's impending political irrelevance hurts them the most. It is not an accident that Bannon, not Trump, was the person to start off this round of dictatorial talk. Trump's power is the last shred of relevance that Bannon enjoys in his miserable, misspent life. As Trump's power wanes, so too does the power of all his henchmen. In a normal lame duck administration, this is about the time when those powers behind the throne start looking for their next meal ticket or start preparations to re-enter civil society, usually with a hefty pay increase. But is that going to happen for Trump's people is J.D. Vance promising power and a fresh supply of human plasma to the chief Trump ghoul, Stephen Miller? Does anybody have to pretend to like Lara Trump's sickening singing once Trump is gone? Is there a job Lindsay Halligan can get after her series of malicious and buffoonish prosecutions? Fox News can't hire all of them. A lame duck Trump means down-ballot Republicans don't have to fear him. It means every Republican presidential hopeful starts clamoring for Trump's base. It means fracture and division in the Republican Party. It means that all of the cockroaches skittering about like they own the place under the cover and protection that Trump provides by his fat shadow are suddenly exposed in the light. It means Lindsey Graham has to start looking for a new daddy. Keeping the specter and threat of a Trump third term alive keeps all these cowardly and complicit Republicans in line. The Republican Party is the Trump cult now, and there's nobody who really knows what happens to that party once Trump himself is gone. The only way for Republicans to delay that reckoning is to keep Trump in power, or threaten to do so for as long as he's alive. The people around Trump will be threatening a third Trump term for as long as other Republicans believe that threat is credible. It is their only way to hold on to power. Is it a credible threat? Should other Republicans believe it? Should we all fear an eternal Trump presidency and his 1,000-year dominion of Mordor? No. Legally, no. It's not even a serious proposition. However, after what we've all just experienced, this All Hallows Eve and All Saints' Day, we are reminded that sometimes believing a person has power gives them a form of power, because our entire society operates like xenoxtrasolarians are real. Real people are harmed even though xenoxtrasolarians do not exist. The only reason Trump is running for another term is because everybody acts like he can. The only way the threat of him running holds any power is because people are irrationally afraid that he will. We will collectively manifest a Trump third term if we do not hold fast to the reality of its impossibility. Trump cannot legally be president again. Remember that when bad people with evil intentions try to scare you into thinking he can. Trump is not magic. He's a dirty old man wearing the Halloween costume of a president, hoping to trick you into giving him what he wants. Exempli gratiae. The news cycle has continued in an all too predictable arc. The week before last, Stephen K. Bannon, the far-right provocateur and one-time Donald Trump advisor, said in an interview with The Economist magazine that the president will seek an unconstitutional third term. Referring to Trump winning the presidential election in 2028, while bearing in mind that Trump's current term will last through the 20th day in January of 2029, Bannon said, "Trump is going to be president in 28, and people ought to just get accommodated with that. At the appropriate time, we'll lay out what the plan is. And like clockwork, Trump commented on the idea soon after, telling reporters following him on Air Force One as he flew from Kuala Lumpur to Tokyo, "I would love to do it." Initially, he said, "I haven't really thought about it, but I have the best poll numbers I've ever had." This is patently not true. Trump's approval has sunk considerably, with a new poll released last week showing him at a net 19-point approval rating, the lowest of his second midterm. Still, Trump said he would be legally able to run again in a scheme in which he was placed on the ticket as a vice presidential nominee, only for the puppet placed in the presidential slot to resign once taking office, thereby granting him the presidency. But he suggested that he would prefer to run himself, casting aspersion on the vice presidential campaign option by ruminating, "I don't think people would like that. It would be too cute. It wouldn't be right. In fact, it would also be unconstitutional, violating the 12th Amendment's prohibition on anyone ineligible for the presidency to be elected as vice president." Now, on checking in with Brendan Soget here, who says, "Dude, it's not Halloween. Are you high?" It's like, dude, we're still in the season, okay? Let's put it that way. We're in that perennium between Halloween and Thanksgiving. And the haunting, heck, you wanted it, right? You wanted scare? You wanted cryptids? This is worse. Now, on Tuesday before last, in a notable departure from his being loath to disagree with the president about anything at all, the House Speaker, Mike Johnson, seemed to pour water on the idea of a third Trump term, noting correctly that such an outcome is barred by the Constitution. To quote his T, "Well, there's the 22nd Amendment." Johnson said that Trump was trolling his political enemies, with analysis at CNN and the New York Times suggesting that Trump is abusing the running third-term commentary in part to mute awareness of his own lame duck status. Now, Johnson is correct that the plain language of our Constitution prevents Trump from getting what he says he wants in a third term. But we are in a moment when the plain language of our Constitution is being subverted, ignored, and misread with shocking bad faith by the Russo-radicalized, ultra-right-wing legal establishment, from law professors to justices of the Supreme Court, who have proven all too eager to nullify parts of the Constitution in order to expand Trump's prerogatives and indulge his every whim. How else but as an attack on the constitutional order are we supposed to understand, to cite just one example, the Supreme Court's decision to allow Trump to proceed with his dismantling of the Department of Education, a body created by Congress, which only Congress has the power to dissolve? The prohibition posed by our Constitution against a third Trump term is not any especially robust defense in an era when the Constitution is effectively being rewritten to grant Trump ever more power with ever fewer opportunities for accountability. The Constitution, after all, is just a piece of paper. And of the 9 jurists tasked with settling on its authoritative interpretation, 6 of them are in the tank for a man hostile to all of its very principles. If obviating the plain and obvious language of the 22nd Amendment seems like too embarrassing a move even for this degraded and servile Supreme Court, consider what the court is already looking to do to the 14th Amendment. The plain reading of the amendment, which has been understood and implemented in exactly one way for the past 157 years, is that the Constitution confers citizenship to all persons born within the United States, what is called birthright citizenship. But after the Trump maladministration issued an executive order purporting to nullify this constitutional provision, the Supreme Court intervened to allow said illegal order to go into effect and perpetrated an unprecedented machination to prevent lower courts from easily blocking it. The justices were provided cover and a degree of plausible deniability by retro-right-leaning law professors who had responded to the MAGA movement's calls to end birthright citizenship by assembling a legal literature that claims, through strained, misstated, far-fetched, and outright spurious misreadings of the historical and legal record, that there is a long-standing controversy about the meaning of the 14th Amendment's citizenship clause. There is not, but their papers have created a veneer of pseudo-intellectual credibility and a pretext for the Trump maladministration to do what it wants to do anyway: ignore the Constitution. In a briefing filed to the Supreme Court asking to sanction Trump's attack on citizenship itself, the Trump maladministration alludes to, quote, a growing body of modern scholarship, unquote, and cites Trump-aligned pseudo-scholars whose work claiming to limit birthright citizenship the maladministration's own actions have provoked. When the Supreme Court finally rules on the constitutionality of Trump's order and the future of birthright citizenship is determined, what these malpracticing law professors say will matter far more than what the Constitution does. And this is why the notion, not fact, but notion, that Trump can't run for a third term merely because such a thing is unconstitutional may be a bit naive or insufficiently alert to the degree to which the American constitutional order has already collapsed. What is and is not constitutional is determined, in effect, by Trump loyalists on the court, and they already have an infrastructure of bad faith enablers who will help them launder their efforts to empower him with flimsy pretenses of paralegal rationalization. And we already know, as ill, what happens when the law says that Trump must leave office, but he doesn't want to. Events have long since made clear that the law is no check on Trump's power. He'll have to be stopped by the people instead. Not with a lawsuit, but with a movement. Because according to memos reported in recent days, Trump and his military top brass have ordered the National Guard in every state to develop a quick reaction force of troops trained to deal with civil disturbances and riots that can be ready to deploy with just hours' notice in order to respond to violence from protesters. The memos direct Guard units in all 50 states in Union and United States territories to train a contingent of soldiers in a specialized course that includes the proper use of prosecutive batons, body shields, stun guns, and pepper spray. The memos give numbers for each state's force that total more than 23,000 troops in all. At the same time, Trump is drawing up plans to abuse the Insurrection Act to enable him to maneuver quickly to suppress anything he interprets as a disturbance. On Wednesday midweek last, Trump told reporters that he has the authority to deploy United States military forces beyond the National Guard into American cities, claiming not even the courts can stop him. Or will. Speaking to reporters aboard Air Force One, Trump said he could send the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, and anybody I wanted into U.S. cities, and would do so if I thought it was necessary. Earlier last week, he told United States troops at the Yokosuka Naval Base near Tokyo that he was prepared to send more than National Guard into American cities if needed. Meanwhile, a number of Trump cabinet, sub-cabinet, and White House officials have moved into military housing. These are but the latest indications of longer-term Trump maladministration plans to dispatch far more soldiers to American streets. But Trump cannot stop us. He cannot intimidate us. He cannot scare us. We will remain peaceful, nonviolent, and civil. But we will not abide a dictator, a puppet dictator, whose foreign policy brings us into Russia's stalled war of Putinomics, manpower, and missed chances. On the Sunday before last, President Trump went on record to say that he was not really considering sending United States-manufactured Tomahawk missiles to Ukraine to aid in its static war against the revanchist and revisionist Russian Empire. His comments follow repeated attempts by the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky to secure the long-range weapons to expand his sovereign nation's striking distance. This came just days after the Pentagon gave the White House the green light to provide Ukraine with the weapons after assessing that it would not negatively impact United States stockpiles. Separately, over the weekend before last, Trump said that he ordered the Defense Department to instead prepare for possible military action in Nigeria after he called out the colonially borderlined artificial trans state for perpetrating widespread persecution against Christians. Sometimes I think that coverage of the Ukraine has become bogged down, a bit like the war itself. Because the front line isn't moving, neither is the story. Away from the battlefield, however, the wheels continue to turn. As exemplified by this link, I will now put into the chat and into our infinite call. Okay, link is working, and let's get that into, here we are, and Russia now faces slipping growth, high inflation, recruiting shortfalls, a static front, and a squandered opening with Trump, while Europe stiffens support for Ukraine and new American imperial sanctions hit its energy giants. Certain alarm bells are ringing in the Kremlin. Once boosted by wartime spending, Russia's economic growth is now slipping and looks, close to bottoming out. Consumer prices keep climbing. Fears of inflation are holding interest rates above 20%, a level that clearly chokes off investment. Yet this is not even Vladimir Putin's most serious problem. Despite the tempting contracts on offer, the army is now struggling to recruit. The payouts do little to erase what everyone knows, even in the most deprived regions of the Russian Federation, including that seemingly inexhaustible reservoir of manpower that far more men die in combat than ever come home. And then there is the front itself, which simply does not move. The maps tell the story. In just a few months, it will be 4 years since Russian troops entered Ukraine, but the gap between today's front line and the areas Putin had already carved out before 2022 with the help of pro-Russian proxies is still that same thin red trace, no thicker than a pencil line on the map. Kremlin forces are not retreating, but they are not advancing either. Russia has not managed any deep push into Ukrainian territory, despite its edge in weapons and manpower. Its ships have had to shelter in home ports for fear they cannot fend off Ukrainian naval drones. Instead of the swift offensive he imagined, Vladimir Putin has had to settle for a static war with no end in sight, as the mine belts between the two sides have grown both vast and impassable. The Russian army has been reduced to bombarding civilian neighborhoods in an effort to divide Ukrainians and break their morale. For him, however, the worst lies ahead. We are looking at a Russian despot who has the extraordinary luck of counting the President of the United States as a political pawn, a puppet ally, and better still, of bending him to his will. Donald Trump had every reason to remember that Vladimir Putin actively supported and eased his first run to the White House, and he admires Putin's rejection of democracy at home. On top of that, the two men shared a desire to weaken the European Union, which the former saw as an economic rival to be crushed, and the latter as an obstacle to rebuilding his Tsarist-style empire. They were aligned to such a degree that cutting out the Europeans and, of course, the Ukrainians, Donald proposed to his friend Vladimir, his puppet master really, a peace plan that would have let him save face, rebuild his forces, and return to the assault on Ukraine and all her neighbors within 5 or 6 years. It was an unexpected gift with no strings attached, astronomically advantageous because the American president hoped it would pull Russia away from the communist Chinese empire of the East and thus shift his balance of power with Beijing. Too many mistakes. Anyone other than Vladimir Putin would have taken that deal. But he chose to refuse because he is convinced that the West is a decadent weakling that can be dispatched with one bite. The Europeans, he told himself, do not matter. As for Trump, he thought he could twist him around with an hour of sweet talk. Instead, Trump now feels humiliated by the Kremlin, and the Europeans have kept strengthening and internationalizing their support for Ukraine. And Putin will likely try to patch things up with his friend in the White House. It is not at all out of the question that he will succeed one day. Yet the Europeans, all too slowly but steadily, are asserting themselves as a political and military force. And for now, the United States has slapped sanctions on the Russian Empire's two largest oil companies. And see who else gave the ha here to Steven Seagal, Aristides, cool. The ruble and the Moscow exchange have taken a hit. And for a man whose economy and army are already flagging, this is one mistake too many, avoidable and costly, harmful to Russia and himself. His fall is not exactly imminent, but if I were in his place, I would be worried. Yet the Ukraine itself is facing a savage cash crunch. Unless something changes, it will run out of money at the end of February. To keep it in the fight, indebted Europe needs to find a lot of money. It would be a fatal mistake to see this cash call as merely a painful exercise in annual budgeting. Instead, it is a historic opportunity to shift the balance of power between Europe and the Russian Empire by exposing the Kremlin's financial frailty. The price of supporting the Ukraine is higher than most Europeans realize, but it's also a bargain. Now, Heather brings up all 17 Texas Constitution amendments on the verge, creation. Yeah, thank you, honey. Yeah, appreciate that. And now, the cost of defending the Ukraine is immense. $389 billion over the next 4 years, by my calculations. It will fall mainly on Europe. The bill is manageable. The question is whether European governments can find the will as well as the wherewithal. This is what, in the time of my biological father Hitler, they would have referred to as the choice of guns and butter. Funding Ukraine is a milestone opportunity for Europe. The bill will be enormous. It is also a historic bargain. Wars are fought on the battlefield, but they are also trials of financial strength. In prolonged conflicts, the ability and will to marshal resources and find new ways of raising cash are critical in determining who wins. Sometimes they are the decisive factor. That truth is about to become all too real for Europe. Ukraine is facing a savage cash crunch. Unless something changes, it will run out of money at the end of February. This cliff edge is fast approaching now that President Donald Trump has cut America's financial support for Ukraine. Hopes of a ceasefire fade, and the Russian drones smash the Ukraine's energy grid in an attempt to break its will. Indebted, fractious Europe needs to find the money to keep Ukraine in the fight. But it would be a terrible mistake to see this cash call as merely a painful exercise in annual budgeting. Instead, it is a historic opportunity to shift the balance of power between Europe and Russia by exposing the Kremlin's financial frailty and altering Vladimir Putin's calculus about war and peace. It is also a chance to speed up Europe's efforts to establish its military and financial independence from the literally degenerate American empire. The bill for Ukraine is higher than most Europeans realize, but it is also a bargain. Now, after almost 4 years of war, the cost of fighting is huge. By the end of 2025, the Ukraine's military effort, defined as its defense budget plus foreign gifts of weapons and military grants, will have cost a total of roughly $360 billion. This year, the effort will require $100 billion to $110 billion, the highest sum yet, equivalent to about half of Ukraine's gross domestic product. At any rate, have no idea what's going on with the various communications, but I'm keeping up with them the best that I can. And all such being said, 2 of the 3 sources of funding for Ukraine are now drying up. In February, after Mr. Trump entered the White House, monthly American financial allocations to Ukraine stopped cold. Meanwhile, the Ukraine has now borrowed as much as anyone will lend it. It has an official fiscal deficit of about 1/5 of gross domestic product. Public debt has doubled as a share of GDP since before the war, to about 110%. Its ability to borrow from war-scarred households and firms at home is obviously limited. Okay, what's this going on here? Okay. Oh, well, there you go. It's just keeping track of certain incoming memos, so to speak. And going to respond with the emoji of, like, I have no idea how to respond to that. Personally, I think it's somewhat disturbing. Anyhow, that, as I said, with Ukraine unable to borrow from itself, that leaves only Europe. The prospect is exposing divisions inside the European Union. On my late and sainted sire's 106th NÄTALDIES, or birthday of October 23rd, its leaders failed to agree on a loan to Ukraine that would be collateralized by $163 billion of frozen Russian assets held in the European Union's main clearinghouse. Objections from Belgium, itself a historically genocidal artificial buffer state which has no organic right to exist but hosts the clearinghouse, threaten to derail the plan. Northern countries fear that agreeing to more European Union fundraising by issuing common bonds could undermine fiscal discipline across the euro currency bloc. La Cinquième République Française, the Fifth French Republic, fears that fresh European funds will be spent on overpriced American weapons to please Putin's puppet President Trump. Everyone worries that a blank check could worsen Ukraine's corruption. These anxieties are reasonable, but they are dwarfed by trois gains that lie within Europe's grasp. The first is financial commitment. Well, a financial commitment that can expose and amplify the Kremlin's long-term weakness. The Russian Empire has lost the lives of at least 500,000 troops, double the figure for Ukraine. It is also bearing a heavy financial burden on its own. Declared defense spending will hit $160 billion in 2025, and state-run banks have also engaged in an immense off-budget lending spree to support Putin's post-Soviet military-industrial complex. It is true that sanctions in 2022 failed to bring Russia to its knees as some had hoped, but Mr. Putin's initial war boom has now given way to stagflation, with growth at almost zero, labor shortages, hidden unpropitious debts, inflation of 8%, and interest rates of 16.5%. Another half-decade of this will probably trigger an economic and banking crisis. Well, a banking crisis in Russia. If Europe can demonstrate to Russia that it will underwrite the war for at least that long, Mr. Putin will be cornered. Europe's second prize will be to become less dependent on the waning American empire militarily, a necessity given Trump's wobbly non-commitment to NATO. Any long-term financing solution for Ukraine would help Europe build the financial and industrial muscle it needs to defend itself. A 4-year commitment would cost $390 billion, composed almost entirely of lend-lease cash and weapons to finance Ukraine's budget deficits. This is a lot, but still excellent value. Spread across the economic resources of all NATO members, not counting Trump-Putinist America, the bill for Ukraine is affordable, with annual costs rising from 0.2% of GDP yesteryear to 0.4% of GDP per annum. The alternative would be for Ukraine to lose the war and become an embittered, semi-failed state whose army and defense industries would only be exploited by the Pravitelь Putin as part of a new, reinvigorated Russian threat. Team Dietrich supports the seizure of Russian assets, but they are $230 billion short of what is needed. Given the sheer size of the challenge Europe collectively faces, some sort of joint borrowing would be justified. Far from undermining the euro's international status, for the European Union to issue bonds collectively would create a larger pool of common debt, deepening Europa's single capital market and boosting the role of the euro as a reserve currency. A multi-year horizon for weapons procurement would help Europe sequence the build-up of its own defense industry. In the short term, Europe should have no qualms about buying all the American weapons that Ukraine needs, including aero defense systems. Later spending should favor European defense systems, well, defense firms, as they develop their own systems, as well as Ukraine's own cutting-edge defense tech industries. So bring it on! Grave problems lie ahead, inducing despair in the Pravitelь Putin. A noble aim in and of itself might be complicated if Russia can tap the communist Chinese empire for funds. Decision-making between NATO and the European Union, which includes Great Britain, Norway, and Canada, needs to be nimbler. Safeguards against corruption are important, but must not erode the Ukraine's and the Kremlin's certainty that, one way or another, the money is coming. Europe must take heart and recognize its own strength. Its military budget is already 4 times larger than the revanchist and revisionist Russian empires, and its economy is 10 times larger. Far from shying away from a financial contest with the Kremlin, Europe must embrace it and win the war. Does that sound Hitlerian enough? Well, it's enough for me for one night. All right. I think I've earned my pay. And if anyone wants, by that I mean Aristides, if you're around and you want to say good night, or rather good morning to everyone, feel free.
I'm sort of around.
Cool.
I can say good night for a moment. I think I wanted to show you something or share something.
Sure.
Let me try to.
We're still on air, you know.
Yes. Let me see. Yeah, it's just some bullshit you left, but kind of relevant to what you were saying. Huh?
Cool.
So, how are things?
Fine.
I'm copying this. I'm copying the thing I'm going to send you. But
cool. Yeah. I mean, I'm just my throat's raw, but yeah. Other than that,
yeah.
things are all right. I mean, yeah.
Okay.
We're still a threat. That's why we had a real assailant in the chat room, but that just shows how much of a threat we are. So
I'm glad it got handled. I wasn't always looking at the chat.
Yeah.
Wait, here we go. I just screenshot some text. Wait.
Great.
Look at the end. Is that what they mean by third term?
Let me take a look at that. This is in the infinite call, right?
Yes.
Okay, there we go. So let me see.
It's just
call.
it's just some bullshit. It starts with, skip the 3i Atlas part. Just go to the end.
Okay, Trump will resign at the end of 2026 and J.D. Vance will become the president, introducing many advanced technologies. Other sources have predicted that Trump will then become the first world president.
So did he or any of his team explicitly say president of the United States of America, or did they just say third term as president, which is now the world? Is that the delusion?
It may be. I mean, that's they might. They're in a world all their own. They're in a world.
There you go. That's their third term.
Yeah.
That's their third term. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, in that case, he's going to be nothing more than another Mikhail Gorbachev with a think tank, which is, have that.
No, I mean, it's not actually going to happen, but
yeah.
It's just comical.
Right. No, it is. It is. Thank you for sharing that. That's it's an interesting.
I'll give you more.
Yeah.
I'll give you more insight where it came from later, but.
Cool. I look forward to that.
Yeah.
Because that looks intriguing. It looks looks intriguing because there was back in the day, that's what they were concerned about with Mikhail Gorbachev and his think tank in the Presidio military base, that he would become kind of like this United Nations president of the world figure, which is like that's what and Trump is could be considering that like a United States of Earth. That's
Well, I don't know if he's considering anything. Maybe they're considering it for him.
Yeah, there we are. Something like that.
Yeah. you know, the side lot crew.
Yeah. Love it. Well, love you dearly. Say good morning to everyone, dear Aristides, and hopefully we'll have a chance to talk privately in the next few days. You know, just catch up.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Wait, hold on. Let me put the PayPal link in the chat.
Bless you. Take
YouTube
your time.
chat.
Yeah.
Please do. More important, an order of magnitude more important than ever, to send Douglas your financial support if you're at all able. So, or just find him on PayPal. Search for Douglas Dietrich, or Douglas D. Dietrich, all one word. That's it.
Yes. Beautiful. Beautiful. And again, none of this would be possible without Aristides, as Brendan Zogid has said on record on the episode that was scrubbed. He's a saint. He's operating at saint level. And so...
Just a small part. I'm just a small part of the equation, really. Nothing.
But a pivotal one.
Okay, pivotal. I'll take that.
Yes. And with that, we're going to give it a few seconds here, because if we end the live stream too soon, then the last entries don't get uploaded. So we got to give them a few moments to sit there, believe it or not. Right. And then they'll upload when we do what we do with ending the live stream. I want everyone to know we will be back Sunday, and same time, same place. And let's everybody bank on that, and everybody come back and join us then. And we always need your support, and everybody provide that, and give ourselves your time, and that's just as important as your money, if not more so, really. Be here and tell us what we need in the chat. And in return, I give you all the analysis that I can. Okay, with that, we're going to end live stream now. It should be about time. And triple redundancy process, end stream, press end, and then we're going to go over to the